migrants living in contained dormitories were especially badly hit. In Singapore, for example, the migrants saw 94% of the total cases at the early stage of the, and actually even in the continued state of the pandemic. So these are strong indicators, and I come back to this in my last point. But secondly, just quickly, that the Cities and Pandemics report also showed that not only the pandemic affected the poorest most, but as I said, the city responses also institutionalized the inequalities. We indicated that roughly half of the recovery responses were not directed to the poorest of the poor. For example, in Latin America and Caribbean, only 30% of the investments after the pandemic start reached the poorest, and in sub-Saharan Africa, only roughly 20% addressed the poorest. In this one would be very good to have some MENA data, and perhaps people in the audience today can also point out some which we haven't found yet. So with a large sample of cities that we did, we noticed that only 1/4 of the responses by early 2021 were carried out together with communities, which also showed that this dialogue on what is priority was not yet taking place. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Dr. Paula. And that's actually a perfect segue for us to move on to Ahmed. And I will ask at this point, both Ahmed and Dr. Youssef to turn their cameras on, just so we can have the full feel of a panel, because I really miss having live panels where I can see people's faces and actually, you know, engage with them. Hello, good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Maya.
Wonderful. So Ahmed, actually, there were a lot of points that Dr. Paula just raised that are exactly relevant with your work when it comes to getting engagement from the local neighborhoods, being able to actually get commentary and get local stakeholders to have a role in what that recovery is going to look like. So I wanted to ask you first about, you know, the first question would be how urban architecture impacted access to healthcare and access to vaccines in the cities in our region. Cairo, I imagine, will be your most relevant example. And then kind of looking at what Dr. Paula brought up and seeing what role participatory planning can have for future reports like this and for even local initiatives for recovery moving forward.
Okay, thank you, Maya, and thank you, Dr. Paula, for this presentation. And yes, actually, it's concerning the first part of the question. So concerning the access to vaccination and so on. It's I will just share some personal experience and observations because in Egypt, it's since the start of the pandemic up till the last month, we were having around 580 vaccination centers, which increased to 670, if I'm not mistaken, this month. So actually, yes, the availability of these centers, it's totally available and it's covering each and every district in Egypt. However, there is of course, and exactly as Dr. Paula was explaining, there is a problem here of inequality, and I don't think it's a methodological or it's a meant inequality as much as it's a problem of reaching the lower income groups. So what happened, and this is the observation, what happened is that in most of the upper middle income neighborhoods, to have an appointment for the vaccine, it can take months. And like people I personally know, they are now waiting more than 4 months. However, in the lower income groups or the poorer neighborhoods, actually the appointments can take only 1 day, which directed a lot of people in richer neighborhoods to go and to take the vaccines in the poorer areas. And of course, if it shows something, it shows that there's a problem in, first of all, maybe an awareness problem in the poorer neighborhoods, or it might be a technical problem because you apply through an online website, which it might be not easy for the rest of the people. So I do believe that there is a huge role for civil society here to intervene. by just opening the NGOs and giving them formal access to help people either to raise awareness and the more important, of course, to help people register on these websites. So it might be like one of the things that help a wider spread for the vaccination, because up till now, Egypt has a percentage of 5.1, if I'm not mistaken, percent already have both vaccines. And so I think it's still a very low percentage worldwide, which of course the government, they are aiming to increase, but I think they need a lot to do with this. Concerning the second part of your question, which is how participatory design can help in this, I believe that recently Egypt has been going on a roller coaster of development projects, and most of them are unfortunately top-down approaches. I believe that it's about time to start thinking on having more participatory approaches, because I think that the city is losing a lot of green spaces, of public spaces, it needs certain quality of services that it would, of course, be best if it was shared among other experts and users from the citizens.
And has that started in any way, Ahmed? I mean, are there kind of post-pandemic centered discussions happening in these cities, and do they take into consideration health access, things like that, or is that not yet part of the discussion?
Officially, yes, there are, of course, there are lots of discussions concerning the pandemic and different aspects economically and infrastructure and so on. I don't think that there are steps are being taken. Can I share the screen? I would like to share some graphs, maybe it can help. So can you see the screen now? So, for example, taking sanitation as an example, in 1996 there were around 55% of the population were deprived from to be linked to the sanitation network, and they were all it was more of like the old system for sanitation, which is totally not hygiene. However, this percentage is decreasing until we reached now in 2016 there were 44%. So actually in these 20 years it went down, and there are actually more projects that the government is working on now that will definitely decrease the deprivation for sanitation. And I think that sanitation is a huge aspect concerning when it comes to pandemics, of course. However, and also, like, since 2014 and up till now, the total projects have been like there are around $8 billion have been directed as a budget for sanitation, and another $8 billion have been directed also to public transportation, which is again a super important aspect when it comes to pandemics, because at the time of the lockdown, it wasn't really like there were a lot of other jobs that they were still actually working. So public transportation was a huge problem. But in parallel, there are bigger chunks of the budgets are being directed to road network projects, which is still important. However, I think that in such pandemic, I think redirecting the budgets and putting priorities, I think it should be the priority for taking actions and mitigating all the impacts of such pandemics. So.
Excellent, thanks so much. And since we're talking about obviously public transportation and open air networks, we're going to move now to Dr. Youssef as well. Dr. Youssef, one of the things I remember from the very first kind of couple of months of lockdowns were the images from cities around the world of pre-COVID and kind of post-COVID or early lockdown skylines. So you would see kind of the smog, 1 year ago in 2019, and then you would see this beautiful, clear horizon above our cities. So could you give us an overlook actually of cities in our region? We've talked about Cairo, obviously so far, but other cities as well, who may have experienced better air quality during the first couple of months of lockdown. And was this moment capitalized on, or was it just kind of a brief, some brief breathing room, I guess we can call it, and that window has already closed?
Oh, thank you very much, Maya. And I would like first also thank Friedrich-Ebert-Stiftung and Carboun to bringing us here together in this conference. It's good to be here with you, at least virtually. Actually, I have prepared, we have to access the air quality and climate change and the linkages between them. I have prepared some slides. Maybe I can share my screen to address the climate change, air qualities, and how to improve our skies. And how can I share my screen? Let's see here. You see my screen now? So post-pandemic cities and air quality, how does the linkage together? First, maybe we have to, what is the air pollutant and what is the pollutant's greatest health health impact, the human. Air pollutants are gases and small particles called aerosols that have detrimental impacts on human health, environmental and climate. In addition to air pollutants, there are short-lived climate pollutants, it's called SLCPs, are methane, black carbon, ozone, and hydrofluorocarbons. Human activities also, human activities in all human activities is the main driver for air pollution. There are evidence on impacts of air pollution, and this is special focused on fine particles impacts. So the fine particles is particles, their diameter is less than 10 micrometers and 2.5 micrometers. This effect of air pollution are well known, and efforts are being made to reduce both air pollution and long-term exposure to human to harmful lives. However, air pollution usually still affect damage the various parts of the world, especially in our region. The most effective and efficient approach to protecting public health for the advanced effects of air pollution is to reduce concentration from through our emissions and control strategies in order to meet the WHO quality guideline. Air pollution and climate change are closely interlinked. Climate change impacts air quality, and air quality is turn influence climate change. These things develops itself through a series of complex interactions with the atmosphere and between the atmosphere, biosphere, and cryosphere. Rising, for example, rising temperature increase the emission of volatile organic carbon that contribute to the formation of tropospheric ozone and aerosols, and worsen affecting levels of air pollution. Rising temperature, another example, rising temperature and change in specific change in participation, its impact is the frequency and intensity of wildfire, which also contribute to air pollution. Health impact
Dr.
in our
Yusuf,
region.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. I am wondering if we can specify some of these dynamics when it comes to the MENA region. If we can say, you know, in particular cities in our region, how these different dynamics, the air pollution, obviously climate change, and also maybe the brief pause in air pollution due to the lockdowns impacted air quality in these specific cities. I want to make sure we can give some very practical examples, whether it's going to be, let's say, Algiers or Dubai or Damascus, Beirut, Baghdad, etc., of how air pollution and climate change and lockdowns kind of interacted over the last year in those cities.
Actually, we didn't have any pictures and any measurement from our region of this, but we have another cities like New Delhi, Los Angeles, and have some. It was a very different between lockdown, and I have maybe later I will show you satellite pictures about the concentration before the pandemic and during the lockdown. Maybe I can go. However, the COVID pandemic showed how quickly we could clear air our air. So this was many studies about the air quality index and the effect of different cities. But unfortunately, it was not in our region. Our region, Baghdad, Syria, Damascus, they are focusing in conflict and on cases there. There is a scientific studies investigate post-lockdown air quality index for 300 cities in China. There's more studies around the world, but in our region, it's not unfortunately it's not. So air pollution has humans stay inside, and the air pollution, the reduction of emissions will be reduced. We have maybe I have some Indian Great War material in New Delhi. We have here two pictures for the in 2019 before the pandemic and during the lockdown in New Delhi. We have here this picture is from Reuters and another one from Last Smoke in Jakarta, this is Indonesia. They have also a big difference between in this short time of lockdown in 3 weeks or 4 weeks. And the response of the cities, the studies said, will be about 4 days to respond the pollutants and the air will be clean. Large scale experience we have there's another air pollution satellite from Spain, so Madrid. We can see the pollution here, the concentration of the pollution from the satellite from Madrid and Barcelona. And maybe we can see here the Algiers. Algiers is here, but this study was focused in only Spain, but Madrid is appear here before and after the lockdown. You can see here Algiers, they didn't have a totally lockdown. Then the pollution is not. It is still high, the concentration of pollution. But in Madrid, as they have lockdown for 3 or 4 weeks, that is clear here. Madrid is the concentration is very low between 2019 and during the lockdown. Another picture from satellite is China, is from Wuhan and the province around Wuhan. China had a strict lockdown in whole the country, especially in Wuhan province, and you can see we can see here the concentrations before the pandemic, 2019, and during the lockdown is very clear, and the concentration was very low in and very different from the Wuhan. The same is for Italy from Milan. Milan, there is a pandemic that is very affected in Milan, and they have a strict lockdown for the north state of Italy. So Milan province, and Milan, and we have here 2 pictures between Milan in before. Before the pandemic and before the lockdown, and here is the after lockdown. Is very clear the concentration of the pollutant.
Dr. Youssef, I'm actually going to use this opportunity to actually ask you one of the questions that I was really interested in posing to you, because you brought it up first, and it's the question of priorities. So you mentioned, many countries across the region do not have the data available, or haven't even implemented the necessary policies, because they're much more focused on immediate concerns. And unfortunately, those immediate concerns for many countries are active conflicts. So if we're talking about Syria, if we're talking about Yemen, less and less Iraq, but other parts of the region as well are so focused on immediate security threats that they're certainly not thinking about air pollution. They're certainly not thinking about air quality. And I'm wondering, as we move into a series of questions about recommendations moving forward, if you could give us some insight into how you think these governments can shift their priorities. What is it going to take? And maybe we can kind of leave the screen sharing for now and just move to the regular camera. What is it going to take for these governments to shift their priorities from conflicts or from kind of immediate security concerns to start to prepare their cities long-term for the question and the challenge of air quality?
Yeah,
if you could just stop sharing your screen, that would be great, so we can get kind of everyone's faces back on. Just at the bottom, if there's at the very bottom, I think you should have a share screen option that should tell you in your Zoom application to tell you to stop sharing your screen.
Why is it stop sharing? Let's see.
From within your Zoom application, if you
Zoom application.
Okay, no, this is a relevant slide. If you would like to keep this, that's wonderful. Great, perfect. We can see that.
I cannot stop hearing.
If you'd like to keep, yeah, if you'd like to keep this slide on, that's fine. That's very relevant for this question, and let us know what you think about how these countries can shift their priorities moving forward.
Yes, the priorities. The countries with war, so with the conflict, they cannot concentrate on their environment and their environmental issues. But maybe they can, while the conflict there is absorb all the resources from the countries, and we didn't have resources to concentrate on the green economy or for environment or for the health. And as you know, in Iraq, Syria, Yemen, with the conflict, the government there, they have to feed the people there. It's not to concentrate on the environment and on the another thing. But maybe I have that here as a message, a final message. The Middle East has suffered enough from war and violence. And some countries are still suffering from the protected conflict and instability. However, now COVID-19 and air pollution is further devastating the people. What they are living there in this region. MENA leaders should work closely with environmental scientists and related institutions to avoid the pandemics and to cooperate together. And we have also as the development country, developed country, should support the MENA region or the developing countries financially and technically, and help them not to fall into the trap of the fossil oil economy, but to leapfrog to a circular economy based on renewable energies. While some countries from conflict country, they import the old technology to for generate electricity, and maybe takes old fashions from another factories, while they didn't have enough financial support. Developed countries, you have to help with their program and their technical support in this country to help them to come to the circular economy, and yes, not only to support it from program or from the money, but technical and financial support. So let's Middle East, Earth, peace, please. And this is my message. While many conflicts and many countries in every year we have another country in the conflict. North Africa, Libya, Iraq, Syria. So my last message, please let Middle East there's peace. Thank you.
From your lips to God's ears. as the expression goes. And Dr. Youssef, you're absolutely right. And I think that the question of, we have to choose conflict over climate, we have to change that dynamic. And I think governments, local and national, should realize that the conflicts are influencing climate dynamics and climate dynamics are influencing conflict, and you very much cannot separate the two anymore. I will take a moment now just to remind everybody to please send your questions in the Q&A section so that we can continue our debate on these topics. The two gaps that I've noticed that our speakers so far have identified are data and resources. We have clearly a major gap in reliable information that's coming from our region. Maybe it's being gathered somewhere, but not being shared across the appropriate channels. Maybe it's not being gathered. And as Dr. Youssef pointed out as well, these developing economies need additional support from developed countries to implement the programming, to put in the work to get the research, to be able to inform these policies. So Dr. Paula, I actually wanted to turn to you now and ask you, since we've identified these two gaps, the gap in research and the gap in funding, as well as Dr. Youssef pointed out, what could the role for the international community be, whether it's UN agencies, whether it's partner NGOs, whether it's international governments, in the near term, of course, as we try to recover and build back better, but also in the long term, as our region hopefully seeks to build more just cities.
Right, surely very big questions, and I noticed that I had not myself yet mentioned the word data, apart from saying that our report didn't have it enough from the MENA region, but that is definitely a major gap everywhere still in terms of a local level data, and this is something that the localization of the SDGs is very much trying to do with the lead of the UN system. But in terms of the many roles that the international multilateral system needs to take, and speaking now with the mouth of the UN, I would say that one thing, for example, what Habitat is definitely taken very seriously is this, that as Dr. Ahmed was pointing out, we need to have a lot more deliberate and more clearly prioritized actions. And this is the technical advisory role that multilateral system needs to debate and negotiate to get an agreement. And now, one point that I wanted to actually make to the previous question, but I thought of leaving it as a little bit more as a sort of concluding round, is that this Habitats report, we identified the urban new types of vulnerabilities and risks, which were identified as particularly three, which is that they are place-based, where people live, and certain types of mobility, and certain types of work, certain employments that make people more vulnerable. So it's now, for example, something that Habitat has taken into our own guidance to the countries that we work with, is that how do we kind of get to a bit more sort of leapfrogged way of working towards undoing those sort of major knots, for example, that the pandemic has clearly revealed. And surely we will get more as we get more data. A part of this is then, of course, that we have to help every nation and every city to have focused investments on the monitoring and tracking. Now, like, for example, it was very interesting to see in this air quality data. That is a serious effort that the SDGs is trying to globally move forward towards comparable data sets, and we, of course, as happy that we're leading on the local level data, how we could actually get to the kind of disaggregated, spatially disaggregated data that would benefit urban decision makers. It sounds like a simple something that would have been done already in many countries, particularly sort of well-resourced, well-stocked statistics offices, but it's not at all like that. We even at the best of the cases, many statistics do not serve the spatial differences that we need to address. So if we don't have the data, it's very difficult to get anywhere in terms of solutions of the cause that you're trying to measure. So this global urban monitoring framework that has been negotiating with different development organizations and countries is really important for that. Then in terms of the how to finance, there was actually the big finance gap after the data, or alongside the data gap. There was a very interesting presentation by the London School of Economics top health economist, who was saying just earlier this week that the sort of the shift in scale of actions that we need, and that what we need as the also UN system to recommend to the world leaders is that we need basically. He was David Cutler, to recognize the thinker behind it. He was saying that we need sort of public health we need a scale of a public health act that is like the NATO, but for health policy, but backed up with the similar political will that we have seen for the NATO. That in every move, any sort of big move or small move that the world takes, this sort of political will gets around the table and discusses what do we do now. And we need to get the health policies into that kind of a table. There has to be that kind of group that is with the equal power to NATO. That's very interesting as a thought, because that really would mean the shift in the scale of how do we address the key issues that affect the over half of the world's population that live in cities. Then of course there's also other thinkers such as Professor Mazzucato from the University College of London, who has been having very interesting thoughts about the inclusive multilateralism, where we need to have much more recognized, broader set of recognized players and new values based on sort of new values for how do we do our investments, because now major financial investments, as we know, they're all done based on a criteria of possibility for economic gain. So what this Professor Mazzucato is saying, we need to have very strong, clear social and environmental sustainability criteria that weighs in when investments are made. If it doesn't deliver for climate, if it doesn't deliver for equality, then it's not a good investment. Now it's only, does it bring money to somebody somewhere who's doing the investment? We need more sort of spatial and social solidarity to back up every penny that is invested, or if not every penny, at least the large ones. So this kind of renewed, completely sort of revamped value base for international multilateralism and bringing more people, more different groups to the table is really important for getting the finance to these important issues that we're pointing out.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Dr. Paula. And that's a perfect transition to Ahmed as well. Ahmed, as usual, I have a double-barreled question for you. So I have two sections, which could probably take an hour each, but we'll try to keep it as succinct as possible. I mean, first I wanted to ask you about the usage of public spaces during lockdowns. What lessons were learned about the links of public spaces to public well-being? And again, have cities and have governments actually learned these lessons? I mean, are they taking what they observed during the past year and saying, great, maybe we can run our cities this way instead? Or are they just looking at it as, this was a blip and now we're just going to go back to restricting access to public spaces, even destroying public spaces to build high rises and other towers? Actually, I'll leave you with that question and then I'll come back with the next one, because that's already a lot.
Okay. So yeah, I think after the or during, like, let's put it this way: we don't in Egypt mostly we don't have this idea about public spaces that will come in the perception of any European or Western minds. Mostly the public spaces in Egypt, Cairo specifically, it's the streets. These are our public spaces with very narrow sidewalks. So I'm speaking about the asphalt roads. We actually consider this is the only free public space that we are using. However, during the lockdown, since we don't have these kinds of public spaces, so Egyptians mostly, they go out for just leisures. We go to cafes and restaurants only. And of course, during the lockdown, the cafes and restaurants were totally closed. So people started to acquire and reclaim all the spaces in the city. So you started to find that groups of people are just sitting on the sidewalks, even taking the roundabouts, the traffic roundabouts, to practice yoga, tai chi, and other sports. Suddenly, in certain neighborhoods, bicycles started to appear. Cairo started to, in some neighborhoods, started to look like Amsterdam. So it showed the great potential for using the public spaces. However, there's always a however. I'm sharing just quickly something. As I was saying in the first round, that there were this road network project that took over, and it started actually in January 2020, so right after the pandemic erupted and the lockdown and everything. So after the lockdown, Egyptians, they went out to their cities to find there is totally another city. We have to draw a new map to understand the city. This, of course, it came on the favor of public spaces. So a lot of greens have been disappearing from streets because of widening the streets and so on. And exactly as Paula was just saying, and also Dr. Youssef, that already cities have been shaped by one of the aspects was hygiene and of course desire for open green spaces. But looking at numbers in 2003, which is far back then, already Cairo had an average of 1.5 meters square of green spaces. This is the share per person, which is, of course, in relation to the minimum international criteria, it's 16 meters square. So in 2003, we were already 1/10 of the minimum. And of course, since 2003 up till now, it was a process of losing more and more green areas. However, in the 4 months between July and November 2020, already Cairo lost around 390,000 meters square of greens and were substituted by asphalt. So, which is equivalent to 54 official football fields, which is, of course, it's something that we have to focus on in seeing, okay, so did we learn the lesson? Do people, first of all, we knew that people already, they have the desire to use public spaces. We know quite well the effect of public spaces and greens to air quality and climate change. We know quite well that these public spaces, they were actually the safest options for gatherings in the time of the pandemic. But sadly, there were other projects that took over these spaces, and not only in the road network. There is this new notion of public space that's being introduced lately, which is food courts. So it's privatizing the public spaces again, but it's being presented as, yeah, it's a public, but of course not anyone can access these spaces. So yeah, between the roads and between these new commercialization of the spaces, a lot of public spaces have been lost for these development reasons.
So what I hear from you here is that the lesson was not learned. So very, very quickly, we kind of forgot what the benefits were of public space. Okay, sad to hear, but unfortunately not surprising at the same time. Ahmed, I'm going to just piggyback off of that and ask you another question. As we're coming towards the end of our panel, we've got 15 minutes left. There are 2 questions from the audience, which I will ask shortly after I ask Ahmed's question. But if anybody else has a question for our esteemed panelists, please do send it now. Ahmed, I wanted to ask here, actually, given that we identified these gaps in funding and in data, do civil society organizations like Tantuba, like others, do they have a role in plugging those gaps? Do they have access to possibly data or kind of on the ground mapping opportunities that would be useful for governments, for UN agencies? And would you be able to kind of be able to plug in that data gap that exists?
So providing data and the existence of data in Egypt, it's not the worst and it's not the best. So, for example, in comparison to Lebanon, for example, now Egypt is in a very good place concerning availability of data and so on, official data, I mean. Civil society have been always trying to getting plugged in within the whole ecosystem and trying to contribute with their own data and so on. It wasn't the easiest. However, there is this initiative that was just out a week ago or maybe 10 days ago, presidential initiative, which gives, it's like focusing on the civil society and empowering them more. So I believe it's hopefully that this can take the civil society role into a more like role of implementation, not only just conceptualizing and criticizing or documenting, or so. Let's hope that this is something that would be changed in the near future.
Thanks so much, Ahmed. I'm going to take the opportunity now to pose some of the questions that are coming in from the audience. So we have our first question is from Hamza. Hamza is asking that due to immigration, by 2050, more than 2/3 of the world's population will be in cities. This will obviously threaten our chances of achieving the goals of eradicating poverty, of achieving equality, and of reducing the impacts of climate change. I'm going to throw this question actually to Dr. Youssef. Dr. Youssef, across the region, is there a common vision for facing this challenge of increased urbanization and the strain on resources that will inevitably create, or is every city and every government kind of dealing with it piecemeal? I'll just give you, if you have just 3 minutes to comment on this question, so we can move on to the second question and wrap up the panel. You're still muted, Dr. Youssef. If you can unmute, then we can hear your response. Thank you.
It's actually a regional action plan for mitigating and improving air qualities in the region. Developed a regional roadmap for enhanced global resources to the adverse health effects of air pollution or climate change emissions. So, developed regional roadmap for enhanced global resources, improve public health, including educating people about the health and impacts for air qualities and emissions, and encouraging greener lifestyle for the people and for other things. Training experts, conducting standardized data collections and research. So we have many standards for collecting data about air quality, so you have to standardize the collection of data and access the data should be accessible for all researchers and all publics. Communicating to the public and NGO in general through national and international media to improve their knowledge about the air qualities, the green economy, the sustainability, and adaptations of controlled strategy to national circumstances and needed for each MENA country. For example, working remotely online, future developing public transportation. The main things is for the public transportation, since the main pollutants coming from the transportation in our region, especially the fine particles of PM2.5, also the very fine particle is affected very high the health, and improve the transportation system in the country, and working reducing the traffic emissions quickly as possible, meet to national objectives, lowering emissions from taxis, buses, and public transportations, and vehicles, and all things, and transition to clean economy for energy plant, wind energy, solar energy, and another efficient things, and especially also for the housing, up to efficient housings, also isolation for the housing, and efficiency for the energy in the buildings. All these things will be reduced emissions from for the pollutants, for the air quality, and from the greenhouse gases. And yes, this is what we can action for these things in our region. Thank you.
What you're describing is a wish list. I mean, I really would love to see that rolled out in our region in my lifetime, and I hope that we see some shifting priorities in the next decade to make that possible.
Maybe we have to concentrate during the rebuilding. So rebuilding in the destroyed country from the war, Yemen, Syria, and so. Maybe we have 30% from the buildings is destroyed and the infrastructure destroyed. We have to focus now to rebuild and resilience cities and the efficient building there and the efficient infrastructure. It's
a great point. It's a great point, a great opportunity. I mean, I can tell you the lessons that we're learning here in Lebanon from the rebuilding post the civil war, how rushed it was and how unsustainably built our roads networks and infrastructure was, and we're suffering the consequences of that now, obviously. So we have 5 minutes left. I'm going to give each speaker just 2 minutes, while Ahmed and Dr. Paula just 2 minutes to answer one last question, and then any extra comments that you might have. Do I have another question? No, there we go. Okay. The last question that we got is, it's related to the first one as well, but thinking about it more as an opportunity or a gateway for more regional cooperation. Can city-to-city cooperation be an opportunity for kind of upper level coordination, cooperation, maybe more regional integration? So Dr. Paula, I'll give you 2 minutes to give your very, very quick thoughts on that, and any last points you'd like to make, and then we'll switch over to Ahmed and wrap up our session.
Thank you. Sure. City-to-city cooperation is something that we have been promoting actually many different ways in the UN system, and particularly when the city-to-city cooperation would be focusing on sort of very practical and pragmatic, affordable best practices that would work in different contexts. and that would not require cumbersome international investments and so on, which would take a lot of time and lose the momentum in a way. This kind of best practices databases are something that Habitat has been putting up, for example, now on our urban agenda platform, which is accessible to all member states and all countries and cities, where good practices can be shared. That's a really efficient way of doing sort of affordable, nimble development initiatives. And at the sort of macro level, one of the very interesting initiatives to recognize this is that actually now the UN system is going to form local government advisory board for the UN Secretary General. To make sure that the SG is at his or her, maybe in the future level, at that top level in the UN, aware of what are the needs and what is happening in the cities. But what we really want is that the cities will become a unified, vocal, clear player in the multilateral system, and this is in the interest of the UN system, because we really recognize them as leaders, definitely, and at the same time to prove that they have the potential to be a leader, and not only because more than half of the population of the world is sort of subscribing to city residency, but moreover because actually this movement to bring cities to the sort of center table of decision making globally has met some political resistance from national governments, because they are seen as a real player that might mix the pack. So that was an excellent news. At the same time as it does mix the pack, so that we cannot proceed to this, we have to play it very wisely and safely. But cities are more than the sum of in each individual city. The mayors such as Beijing or Rio de Janeiro or New York, Los Angeles, they are so big players in terms of setting people's minds to something that they are feared. That's the power of cities, as well as as being the sort of powerhouses of innovation and new ways of thinking and doing. And but then I think one of the elements, as my last comment, all of us have been really touching the element of participation and listening more to people and all that. And one of the sort of quick wins that I think the world really needs, very much so after the pandemic as well, the learnings from the pandemic, is the quick fixing of the digital divide. And cities can, of course, be now again the forefront player for this. But if we would get more people online, not having the sort of half of the world as it is now completely offline, we could actually get much quicker to the decisions. Where are the infrastructure needs in reconstruction in places like you mentioned, Maya, Lebanon, or how not to misinvest post-crisis and post-conflict investments. I was myself working 6 years in Somalia. I know exactly what you're talking about, not missing the train of the transitional and reconstruction funds. It's extremely important and great that someone brought it out. This digital divide is something that to build a nation that can do better decisions for itself, that what we need now is uniting ourselves online, and that is now being also promoted as a human right to be online, because if you are youth in Middle East or MENA region, how many more opportunities you will have for your own future, whether you are rural or urban resident, if you are online. Education is moving there, lots of opportunities and knowledge moving there. Thank you. Sorry if I took more than 2 minutes.
We're moving into a coffee break, so we're actually cutting into your time for coffee. That's what's happening. Ahmed, I will give the floor to you and then take a minute afterwards to wrap up. So yes, your view on whether this issue can be a gateway for more regional cooperation, and any closing remarks.
Of course, having like cooperations between or learning from others' best practices. Of course, it's I think it's the main thing that we keep on trying to learn, and what exactly all the dynamics of this project or that project and what exactly happened and so on. I believe that, again, sticking to participatory approaches, participation has been romanticized, over-mentioned, criticized, and so on, but it was rarely applied as well. And when it was applied, it showed great successes. I believe that we have to stick first to localizing the understanding of the problems and tailoring solutions that are totally going with the context of each really small scale. And from this, it can start, we can start creating more best practices, start sharing, and here where we can reach the cities, city to city learning or alliances even, and so on.
Wonderful. Well, with that, I'd like to wrap up. Thank you so much to our three esteemed speakers for really touching on a mixed bag of challenges and of opportunities. I think we're walking away all realizing that, you know, we don't have enough data, we don't have enough resources, some opportunities were missed and some still exist. So hopefully that will set us up well for the next 2 days of discussions. Thanks so much to everyone, and see you with the next session.
Thank you so much. Like, this is how I imagined our amazing conference will start like. And thank you, Maya. Thank you, Paula. Thank you, Yusuf. Thank you, Ahmed. Like, amazing points, amazing discussions. And it touches us all because we are all residents in our cities, and we all faced all these troublesome issues during the pandemics. And at some point, maybe hopefully not like Ahmed said that we're not learning, but at some point that we learn from our mistakes and we become more sustainable, more resilient, and more cooperative. And at least it gave us a chance to think of those underprivileged cities and people and vulnerable communities to the extent that everyone was affected. And it wasn't like a privileged or unprivileged people who were affected. No, it was the whole universe. Thank you so much. I love how our conference started. Maybe there is so much information that we need a cup of coffee just to digest. So if you can allow me, I'm just going to share my screen for 1 second. So if you go back to the platform around here, the original platform, there's take a break on the left side of the whole platform, the interface. Once you click there, you will go to breakout rooms. You can choose the room that appealing to you, just to have your virtual copy with some of the participants there. It's a free choice, of course. We're a political foundation. We don't push anyone to do anything, so we give you options all the time. And if I may ask of all our participants, once you are there, if you go to your profile, there are some information that would really, really help us if you can actually provide us with. Like, there are some mandatory information that we need you to fill in. If you please do so in the coffee break or afterwards, I'll leave it to you. And don't forget to add your tags so that you can actually communicate better with all the other participants. I hope now, so we have around 15 minutes break. We'll be back in around 15 minutes, please. Also through the platform, you can check the next session. You just click in and you'll be redirected to the next session. Thank you so much. I'm here for any ideas, comments, or any problem. Just let me know, and enjoy your coffee. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello guys, we're just waiting for people to leave the coffee break meeting room and join us here, so please bear with me. Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us today. My name is Alauddin Atiyah, and I'll be moderating this lovely session today. Our session today talks about the future and how we envision and imagine our sustainable cities, and how our efforts during the upcoming decade are going to shape the future of our cities. Therefore, our participants today will be sharing their posters and explaining their visions on how they love to see their cities in 2030. So actually, before we start and move on with the presentations, I'd like to share my screen and ask all the attendees. Okay, I'm assuming my screen is now being shared. Yes, so please, I'd like all the attendees, once all the participants are done presenting their posters, I want you to log on to the app, to the interface of the MEA, sorry. And if you can see on the top right corner, you have the polls. So we'd like you to participate in this voting, in this poll, and decide which did you think was the best poster among the participants' work. Okay. So of course you can ask anything from the Q&A tab, and the WOI, or the wall of ideas, you can share your ideas, and that's it. So we're going to start in an alphabetical order, but before we start, I'd like to ask our dear participants to kindly introduce themselves briefly and tell us about themselves and their background before proceeding with presenting their vision. Okay, so I'm going to start with Mr. Abdullah Driat. Hello. Can you hear me, Abdullah?
نعم أسمع. Please allow me to speak in Arabic.
Yes, ما فيش مشكلة، بالعربي بالإنجليزي اللي بريحك. فتفضل عبد الله، بليز فرجينا البوستر تاعك، وزي ما حكيت لك بليز عرفنا عن حالك بالأول، و the floor is yours. Good luck.
أوكي، أنا اسمي عبد الله درعات، أنا بشتغل في جمعية الجيل الأخضر، وبرضه مؤسس مشارك فيها. معي بكالوريوس إدارة أراضي بيئة من الجامعة الهاشمية. عم بشتغل برضه مسؤول لبرامج ومشاريع جمعية الأخضر، وتشرفت بمعرفتكم جميعا، وإن شاء الله يكون هذا مؤتمر مفيد للجميع.
شرفنا فيك عبد الله. فبليز هلا كان يو شير يور سكرين وتفرجينا البوستر تبعك، تشرح لنا عنه بليز. احكي لنا ايش هي المدينه اللي انت عم بتفرجينا الفيجن لها، كيف بتحب تشوفها بعام 2030.
ثواني.
نعم سامعك. عبد الله.
يلا.
ايوه.
اوكي، الكل شايف البوستر اللي قدامكم؟
لسه ما بين.
انا عملت شيرنج.
يس هلا بين، تفضل.
اوكي تمام. هلا اول شيء بشكر كاربون ومؤسسه فريدريك إيبرت ممثله بمشروع الطاقه والمناخ على إعطائنا هاي الفرصة في مشاركة في مؤتمر مدن مستدامة. هذا البوستر هو بيستهدف مدينة إربد. مدينة إربد بتقع في شمال الأردن على بعد 70 كيلومتر من العاصمة عمان. ومدينة إربد تعتبر يعني ثالث أكبر مدينة في الأردن من ناحية كثافة السكانية. هلا أنا حلمي لمدينة إربد لحتى يكون فيها استدامة ويكون فيها تطوير حضري وبرضه كناشط مناخ ركزت على شغلتين، هي increasing في renewable energy، الزيادة في استخدامات الطاقة المتجددة بنسبة 15% لعام 2035، وأيضا زيادة استخدام اللي هو المركبات ذات الانبعاثات المنخفضة بنسبة 30%. ليش أنا يعني طرقت لهي النسب ولهي السنة؟ لأنه حالياً الأردن عم بتطور اللي هو نسبة أو نسبة المساهمات الوطنية NDC بنسبة 30%، لكن إلى الآن مش مبين لأي سنة. فبالتالي احنا بنحاول برضه إنه نعزز رؤيتنا وإنه يكون في استخدامات متعددة للطاقة المتجددة في مدينة إربد، خصوصا مدينة إربد هي تقع ضمن منطقة اسمها سائل حرام، فحيكون يعني سهل جدا انه يكون فيها استخدامات للطاقه المتجدده. بنفس الوقت في مدينه اربد شايفين على في البوستر في مراوح تربونات مراوح اللي هي تستخدم طاقه الرياح في منطقه اسمها الكوفا، قريه من قرى اربد حاليا فيها مزرعه تنتج لطاقه الرياح، فممكن كمان يعززوا هاي استخدامات طاقه الرياح عندهم في اربد. بالنسبه لمركبات الانبعاثات برضو مسودة سياسة تغير مناخ في الأردن حتركز على الاقتصاد المنخفض الكربون أو خالي من الكربون، فحلو إنه لازم يكون من بين هاي السياسة إنه يكون في تشجيع لاستخدام الطاقة البديلة من خلال مركبات منخفضة الكربون أو استخدامات الدراجات الهوائية، خصوصا إنه جغرافية مدينة إربد نوعا ما منطقة سهلة وليس فيها ارتفاعات أو جبال أو بنية تحتية مثل عمان أو مناطق الأردنية الثانية. تمام؟ فتقريبا هذه هي رؤيتي البسيطة لمدينة إربد، خصوصا أنه لا يوجد لديها لا سياسات ولا تشريعات في موضوع التطوير الحضري أو كيف تكون مدينة مستدامة مقارنة مع العاصمة عمان اللي فيها كثير خطط وفيها استراتيجيات اللي هو التطوير الحضري. ببساطة البوستر تبعي.
اوكي عبد الله، شكرا كثير على البرزنتيشن الرائع. طبعا احنا دائما بنشجع اللامركزيه، وان شاء الله يعني كل محافظات المملكه راح يكون فيها اهتمام اكثر، ويكون في اهتمام موازى بالتساوي بين المحافظات جميعا في جميع بلدان المنطقه. بدي أذكر الحضور الكريم, if you have any questions for any presenter, please don't forget to write them down. We're going to convey these questions to our presenters. Okay, so next, thank you Abdullah again for your poster presentation. We have Mr. Abed Arab. Mr. Abed, are you with us? Yes, can we promote Abed? He's in the attendees, please. Mr. Abed? Mr. Abed, can you hear us?
تمام, هيك الصوت واضح طالع
100%.
معلش انا اسف بعتذر, بس انه غيرت اللابتوب كان عندي مشكله بالمايك.
مش مشكله بسيطه, بس بدي اغلبك تعرفنا عن حالك وتحكي لنا شوي عن الباك جراوند تاعتك وعن اي مدينه رح تكون عم تحكي, وبعدين the floor is yours. تفضل عشان تعمل البرزنتيشن.
تمام. أنا اسمي عبد الغني عرب، بشتغل بالجمعية العلمية الملكية بقسم التغير المناخي، يعني بشتغل مختص دراسات التغير المناخي في قسم المياه والبيئة. بشكل عام المدينة راح أحكي عنها هي مدينة عمان، وإن شاء الله أنها تكون رؤية متفائلة. راح أفتح عندي البوستر، ولا من عندك راح تطلعه؟
اذا عندك انت بتقدر تعمل له شير بكون اسهل. ويلا تحمسنا نشوف الرؤيه المتفائله تاعتك.
إن شاء الله أنا متفائلة.
ان شاء الله.
تمام. بس ممكن تحكي لي كيف ممكن أسوي الشير للسكرين؟
يس، شو رايك احنا هلا we're gonna share your poster من عندنا، يمكن ارسل لك. اوكي يلا just a minute.
طبعا أنا بالرؤية ركزت على التغير المناخي باعتبار إنه هو المجال تبعي، فكل الميجرز اللي أو اللي يعني الحلول اللي كانت ببالي كانت related to يعني التغير المناخي.
ما هو هي الفكره، تنوع رهيب، يعني كل حدا جاي من باك جراوند مختلفه، مشان هيك بنحب نشوف كيف انتم عم تتصوروا مدنكم بعد 10 سنين من الشغل يعني towards sustainable cities. فبليز هي المفروض انت باين عندك البرزنتيشن صح؟
هيك 100%.
يس بليز تفضل.
تمام. بداية راح أشرح عن بشكل عام التغير المناخي. يعني أكثر قطاع بيأثر فيه هو قطاع الطاقة، فالتركيز راح يكون بالرؤية أكثر شيء على قطاع الطاقة. يعني بيساهم بأكبر قدر من انبعاثات الغازات الدفيئة، فلازم نركز عليه. راح نبلش من اليسار. أنا عندي أمل إنه نوصل بالطاقة الرينيوبل إنرجي اللي هي الطاقة المتجددة بنسبة 75% من الطاقة. حالياً النسبة يعني حوالي 20، فخلال 10 سنين على أمل إنها تزيد ل 75%. وفي عندنا البلديات تقريباً بالأردن في 100 بلدية. لو كل بلدية يكون لها خطة عمل مناخي تكون الأمور منظمة أكثر، وبتسهل عليهم الحصول على جرانتس ويعني منح وقروض. وبالإضافة إنه تشجيع المواطنين على استخدام المواصلات العامة. تقريبا حاليا النسبة 50% في مدينة عمان بيستخدموا المواصلات العامة، إن شاء الله أنها ترتفع توصل ل 90%. طبعا استخدام المواصلات العامة بيأثر بشكل كبير على كمية الوقود يعني اللي بينتج من استخدام السيارات، وزي ما بنعرف يعني الوقود كثير بيأثر على التغير المناخي. في عندنا كمان اللي هو في مجال النفايات، ممكن انه نساوي قوانين او انه تكون يعني اللي هي قوانين تنظم عمليه السورتنج، توزيع النفايات او اللي هي فصل النفايات من خلال المصدر، وتكون عمليه اعاده التدوير نسبه بشكل اكبر لتوصل ل 70%. حاليا تقريبا من 5 ل 10% من السوليد ويست تسواها ريسايكلينج، فيعني ان شاء الله انها توصل 70%. في مجال المناطق الخضراء يعني بنشجع على تكون الابنيه جميعها الابنيه الجديده كلها جرين بيلدينجز، ابنيه خضراء. بالاضافه اللي هي الزراعه على جوانب الطرق، زراعه الاشجار على جوانب الطرق، واستخدام السمارت فارمينج الزراعه الذكيه لما يعني لها تأثير في توفير المياه والكهرباء. كمان يعني بنشجع انه يكون في air quality control على المصانع وعلى بشكل عام، يعني هاي النقطة كانت بشكل عام على نوعية الهواء. نزيد كمان نسبة السيارات الكهربائية بنسبة 80%، وتوزيع كمان اللي هي نقاط الشحن، توزيع 100 نقطة شحن داخل عمان. وأيضاً أنه تكون الإشارات ذكية لتقليل زمن الوقوف، يعني راح يأثر على استهلاك الوقود، ويعني بصبح أقل استهلاك للوقود. وبتكون الإنارة تاعت الشوارع ليد وسمارت كمان. وفي مجال الصحة نزيد تقريباً 10 مستشفيات. واهم شغله اللي هي انه تكون عندي الاوبن داتا او الاوبن اكسس فور داتا، انه تكون الداتا متاحه للجميع، وهذا الشيء راح يسهل يعني على كل المؤسسات للوصول للاهداف تبعتها. فهاي هي رؤيه المتفائله.
يعني كثير حلو البوستر، ثانك يو سو ماتش عبد. ان شاء الله متفائل كثير صح، بس فيش شيء بعيد، فيش شيء مستحيل، وان شاء الله بنشوف يعني معظم هاي الامور تتحقق، هاي percentages وارقام كثير حلوه
ان شاء الله.
ان شاء الله. ثانك يو سو ماتش فور البرزنتيشن عبد. نيكست في عندنا مستر احمد فتحي. هلو احمد.
الو، مساء الخير.
اهلا، مساء النور، كيفك
اهلا
احمد؟
بيك، اهلا بيك. الحمد لله كله بخير، الحمد لله. ايه الاخبار؟
الحمد لله، تشرفنا بحضورك معنا.
انا اللي متشرف جدا وسعيد كمان ان انا بتكلم بعد الزملاء الافاضل اللي اتكلموا، وفي كمان يعني ناس بعتبرهم يعني اساتذه رغم تقارب السن موجودين معانا على البانل، فدي حاجه عظيمه جدا يعني. مجهود موفق ليكم في الاعداد وفي التجهيز وما الى ذلك.
شكرا كثير احمد. زي ما حكينا، بليز عرفنا عن حالك، احكي لنا شوي عن الباك جراوند تاعتك، و once you're done please share with us your presentation or your poster. واذا ما عندك اياه ممكن احنا نعمل لك
انا
شير.
يا ريت لو تعملوا لها شير، ان انا
خلص.
بحاول احطها بقالي شويه مش راضيه تطلع معايا، فمش
خلص ولا يهمك. هلا انت بلش
بالزبط.
عرفنا عن حالك، واحنا in the meantime رح نكون عملنا لها شير. ثانك يو.
بالضبط. انا اسمي احمد فتحي، بترأس مجلس اداره YLE فاونديشن. YLE فاونديشن هي مؤسسه بتشتغل في الملف بتاع البيئه من 2012 بشكل رسمي. عندنا كتير جدا من الانشطه والفعاليات. احنا بنحمل صفه عضو مراقب في برنامج الامم المتحده للبيئه، accredited as an observer at UNEP، وبارتنر فور يوناب ماب على منطقه الميديترينيان، والفوكال بوينت بتاعت الورلد كلين اب داي في مصر، والناشونال كوردينيتور للباكجا بان افريكان كلايمت جاستكس في مصر، وكمان ممبر في CEO نتورك بتاعه الورلد بانك، ومجموعه من الانشطه الاخرى. احنا كمؤسسه بنركز جدا بقالنا سنين على قضايا متعلقه بالمناخ، زي قضايا الحد من البلاستيك والتكيف مع التغيرات المناخيه، والتوجه بالتوعيه ناحيه الطاقه المتجدده، وكمان بنشتغل على التعليم الانفيرمنتال اديوكيشن، وشاركنا في مؤتمرات عديده في السنوات الاخيره. يعني اخرهم كان من اسبوعين كنت في كينيا بحضر كلايمت جاستكس سمر سكول اللي كانت عاملها البان افريكان كلايمت جاستكس، فيها نشطاء للمناخ من 45 دوله، ومعانا بروفيسورز من على مستوى العالم، وكم الافاده اللي بناخدها، الى جانب طبعا العشرات من المشروعات اللي قمنا بيها منذ التاسيس بتاعنا. واي حد طبعا مهتم يقدر يكتب yle-foundation.com هيظهر الويب سايت بتاعنا وكل التفاصيل اللي موجوده عندنا.
اهلا وسهلا فيك مره ثانيه مستر احمد معنا.
اهلا وسهلا.
فهلا رح نعمل لك شير
يا ريت.
يس هلا رح نعمل له شير، وبليز لما يبين من عندك
يا ريت. حاضر.
شاركنا بالفيجن تاعتك.
حاضر. ده التصور اللي احنا حطيناه او اللي جهزته للمؤتمر ده. طبعا يعني احنا عندنا في مصر الارقام الرسميه ان مصر حاليا بتعتمد على حوالي 18% من الطاقه بتاعتها من مصادر متجدده. احنا عندنا امل ان او في الخطط الرسميه بتقول ان سنه 2030 هيكون الاعتماد على الطاقه المتجدده واصل ل 30%، وسنه 2040 هيبقى واصل ل 40%. احنا حاطين تصور يعني انا ببص للمدن بتاعت ساحل البحر المتوسط، واستخدمنا فيه الاهرامات كايدنتيتي للهويه المصريه او الهويه الثقافيه المصريه، وليس التعبير المكاني عن الموقع بتاعه. احنا عندنا في مصر بتنشأ مجموعه من المدن الجديده، تحديدا في منطقه العلمين، مدينه العلمين الجديده، وهي مدينه عالميه بتتعمل بمواصفات كلها صديقه للبيئه، و يعني اللي لفت نظري ان ما كانش فيها جزء من توربينات الرياح. فانا عندي امل ان شاء الله في خلال ال10 سنين الجايين يكون في توجه في منطقه الساحل الشمالي المصري، من اول اسكندريه مرورا بالعلمين ثم العلمين الجديده مرورا بباقي الدول، ان يكون عندنا نوصل لنسبه من 75 ل 90% من مصادر طاقه متجدده، خصوصا ان منطقه ساحل البحر المتوسط في مصر هي من اكثر المناطق العرضه لخطر التغيرات المناخيه، وهي في المناطق الحمراء للتغيرات المناخيه. عندي كمان امل ان يكون في على الاقل في ال10 سنين الجايين نوصل ل 60% من وسائل النقل داخل المحافظات تبقى وسائل نقل مستدامه، وتبقى بتعتمد على مصادر نظيفه للطاقه زي القطار الكهربائي. وده بالفعل بيتم حاليا لمدينه العلمين الجديده، قطار كهربائي بيربطها بالقاهره. لكن انا اتمنى ان القطار ده ما يبقاش القاهره العلمين بس، لكن يكون في قطار زيه في الاسكندريه، يكون في قطار زيه بيوصل الاسكندريه بالعلمين، بيوصل بالساحل الشمالي، بيوصل ببورسعيد ودمياط وكفر الشيخ وكل المحافظات المطله على ساحل البحر المتوسط. كمان عندي يعني امنيه ان اشوف محطات للطاقه الشمسيه. احنا عندنا محطات طاقه شمسيه في مصر بتتعمل في اقصى جنوب مصر في محافظه اسوان، لكن الظهير الصحراوي اللي موجود في منطقه مرسى مطروح على ساحل البحر المتوسط هو ظهير صحراوي كبير جدا لحد الحدود المصريه الليبيه. اذا تم استغلاله في انشاء محطات طاقه شمسيه لتوليد الطاقه، ده هيكون حاجه من الحاجات العظيمه. الى جانب ان عندي امل ان المنطقه دي كلها هي مناطق ساحليه، معظمها مناطق موسميه، فبالتالي الناس بتزورها في الفصول الصيفيه، بتقضي فيها اجازات الصيف. فاتمنى ان الشاليهات وكل القرى السياحيه تتوجه ان هي بحلول 2030 تبقى 90% من القرى السياحيه المطله على ساحل البحر المتوسط في محافظات الاسكندريه ومرسى مطروح والعلمين تكون بتعتمد على مصادر متجدده للطاقه، سواء السخانات اللي بتشتغل بالطاقه الشمسيه، او اذا كان يكون في تحليه لميه البحر عشان يكون في تقليل في الهدر بتاع الميه. الى جانب ان يكون في كمان توسع في موضوع البلانتنج. يعني انا عندي امل ان يكون في جزء كبير من البلانتنج بيحصل في المحافظات ديت، وان يكون عندنا مجموعه كبيره من الاشجار تساعدنا على التكيف مع الظاهره بتاعه الاحتباس الحراري. فدي امنياتي لساحل البحر المتوسط في مصر، محافظات الاسكندريه ومرسى مطروح والعلمين الجديده. واتمنى طبعا يعني التوسع اللي بيحصل في مصر في الجنوب او في البحر الاحمر كمان يوصل للساحل الشمالي في مصادر الطاقه المتجدده. انا بشكرك جدا، ويعني اتمنى اكون افدت واكون وصلت المعلومه بشكل كافي.
شكرا احمد، ما قصرت. برزنتيشن رائع. ثانك يو على البوستر وعلى الفيجن تاعتك شاركنا فيها للقاهره ولمصر بشكل المدن المصريه بشكل عام. بحب اذكر الحضور الكرام، بليز اذا عندكم اي سؤال تحطوه على البلاتفورم نفسها، على الانترفيس تاعت MEA، وبليز تو سبيسيفاي او تحددوا لمين السؤال تبعكم. Thank you once again أحمد. هلا next on the list في عندنا مستر حسام إمام. مستر حسام، هل تسمعني؟
Yes, how are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. So once again, Mr. Hussam, welcome to our lovely session. I'd like you to first introduce yourself and give us a brief about your background. And please let us know if you want to share or... Okay, so you're sharing from your part. Thank you. The mic is yours.
Okay. Thank you. It's me, Hussam Imam. I'm a civil engineer from Egypt. I want to thank all the organizers. Okay. Yes, I want to thank you all and as well. Okay. I'm planning engineer, as I said, and I work as a founder of Local Koi Egypt. I want to tell you that if you want to come to Cairo, and if you came before to Cairo, you will find a new Cairo. So every day Cairo is changing in a transition way to be more sustainable. We have like some points Cairo is doing for this rotation.
Sorry, Hassam, I think
And
we have a problem with the connection. Yes, so can you please
yeah,
repeat?
can you hear me now?
Yes, you were talking about how there's a new Cairo.
Yeah, I say that we have many working points on the transition for Cairo to be more sustainable. Is transportation, like 2 metros, 2 monorails. We have so many promising projects in this field. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, it's still goes on and off, but we got the idea. Yes, I can generally hear you. So please go on.
Yeah, the second point is there is rehousing people in need to new cities with all facilities. Don't forget the people who are in unregistered houses. We are adding more beauty to the city by renovation the historical parts of Cairo, like new museums, like the pyramids area, like the A Valley. So these places are beautiful, and we are renovating it to be more.
Hassam, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to interrupt you. Can you try and turn off your camera? Maybe the connection is going to be better then, because we're having a hard time listening to you. Yes. Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry for that. I am at Al Alamein city for now, so the connection may be.
Yeah, I think this is better now. We can hear you loud and clear. So can you please repeat the last point you were talking about?
Okay, so we are caring about the beauty of the city as well. So we are making new renovation for the historical place. The Cairo can contain the old buildings and the new buildings as well as in planning stage. So many places are renovating right now. And by these projects, we are creating more jobs. So there's so many jobs, jobs around engineering.
Hussam, we lost your voice again. So you were talking that you're creating new job opportunities.
Yeah,
so many engineering positions.
Engineering and all work around this job, and Egypt is the most market here in the Middle East in engineering and construction by these renovations and new cities. Sure, as well, we are facing some challenges, but I see by work with us, by more planning, by engaging more community, we are more 30 million here in Cairo. So by engaging more community, we can make these differences as opportunities. As you see here in the poster, I put the engineer and one of the community who are holding the drawings, not the other one. So here we can share the between the community and the officials. That's all, I think. So more planning and more engaging community can be more helpful.
Okay, Hussam, thank you so much. We still had some issues with the voice, but I think we got the general ideas you're talking about. Definitely the engagement of the public is to be considered in our region and everywhere else. Once again, guys, if you have any questions for Mr. Hussam, please send them through the application. With that being said, I'd like to welcome Ms. Karen Muqaddam with us, who's joining us today. Hi, Karen, how are you?
Good morning, everyone. Marhaba. I'm fine, thank you. I'm very honored to be here today and to be part of this great panel. And thank you for all presenters and for inviting me.
Thank you for being with us. So, Karen, once again, please start by introducing yourself and tell us briefly. Yes, we're going to share your.
Yeah, thank you very
much. Definitely. Okay, so the floor is yours.
So my name is Karim Muqaddam, and I'm half French, half Lebanese. I'm a PhD student in economics at the Aix-Marseille School of Economics. And today I'll be presenting my dream vision of my hometown, Tripoli, Lebanon, in 2030. And it's also a bit optimistic, so bear with me and let's hope and cross fingers to reach this beautiful destination one day. So could you please share the poster? Thank you very much. So the title of my poster is Make Tripoli Al-Fayha Again, and it is inspired by the historical nickname given to the capital of the north, Tripoli. What is Al-Fayha? It means scentful and full of fragrance in Arabic, and it is the principal nickname given to Tripoli because of its amazing scent of orange trees that used to cover the majority of the city surface and to perfume the entire city. My vision is to bring green back again into the city, goes through 4 axes: energy transition, a more sustainable mobility and connectivity, a better waste management, and finally promoting ecotourism. The energy transition vector builds upon the current fuel crisis in the country. While today this crisis is seen as the hardest the country has went through, one can see it as an opportunity to change the operating mode of the country. Green sources of energy can replace the imported and unsustainable fossil fuels that were used to generate electricity, heat up houses, etc. Tripoli is a southern Mediterranean city where exposure to the sun is a huge asset for solar energy sources. Another way to replace fossil fuels is also to take advantage of the local river, Abu Ali, to generate hydroelectric power. However, in order to do so, the river needs to be cleaned up and unblocked, and financial resources need to be gathered. The current crisis is also a lever to move to more sustainable and smart transportation. Azmat al-benzine, or the difficulty to get access to fuel, should allow us to rethink means of transportation to favor green mobility. However, to allow for this, we need a change in the city's roads and urbanism to allow for more cycling tracks and to put in place a network of public transportation, just such as bus routes and lines. A third aspect of my vision resides in the waste management in the city. A recycling system already exists. However, recycling bins are extremely scarce, and recycling is not yet well disseminated into the population. So work on rendering recycling more accessible, both in terms of physical access to bins and of understanding of its usefulness and functioning, is key. Moreover, discussions over water sanitation need to be a priority. Wastewater needs to be processed and not just dumped into the sea. On top of that, a better functioning of the system of water could render tap water drinkable, which would limit highly the consumption of plastic bottles in the country and in the city. Finally, inclusivity is essential to render the green transition possible. We were talking just before about the community involvement, and I think that in Tripoli we have a huge asset that is in ecotourism. So in my sense, ecotourism is a valuable means to foster inclusive and sustainable local growth. Tripoli is full of history, amazing islands such as the Rabbit Island, which is one of the biggest islands in Lebanon and one of the only ones, and local production. So we produce soap, we produce gold, wooden items, desserts that you cannot find anywhere else. So therefore, I would love to see this local savoir-faire and priceless resources protected, advertised for, and fully included in the city's economy, just like the people who make it possible. So thank you very much for listening to me, and I hope that it was very inspiring for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Karen, for the very informative poster. Trablus or Tripoli is sure very resourceful, just like you said. So hopefully we're gonna see your dream and your vision coming to life
I hope so
in
too.
the coming decade. Thank you once again. Again, our dear attendees, if you have any questions, please send them through the application. Thank you once again, Karen. Next in line, we have Mr. Malik Abul Faylat, but I think he's not joining us today. I cannot see his name. Mr. Malik, are you with us? No, he's not here. So we're gonna go to Miss Nuhad Awad. Sorry if I got the name wrong. So Miss Nuhad, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you properly.
Yeah, did I get the name right? Okay, perfect.
Thank you for this. Thank you, Aladdin. I would like also to thank Fes and Carboun for the invitation and for the opportunity of being in this panel. And I really appreciate if you can help by sharing the poster.
Of course. Just give us a minute.
Okay, meanwhile, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Nuhad Awad, the campaigner for Ummah for Earth project at Greenpeace MENA. We aim in this project, it is an alliance-led project, which means we are, it consists of different organizations. Till now, we are 8 organizations and looking to have more, and we have 3 individual allies. We aim to create a Muslim climate movement. And why this? Because there is many Muslim communities around the world that are vulnerable to climate change and being affected by it. And at the same time, they are the least ones contributing with the greenhouse gases emissions, but they are one of the most communities affected by climate change. So by talking to the values of these people, by talking to them by their traditions and Islamic culture and their Islamic traditions, we are trying to reach out to them, to increase their awareness, mobilize them, and create a discussion within these communities about climate change. My poster, or what I'm going to talk now, is about having Eco Beirut. Eco Beirut, how I imagine Beirut in 2030, how I wish Beirut. I know it's a dream, but let us dream together. Let us dream that we're gonna have a reduction in the main pollutants. And 50% in reduction means that we are able to save $3.2 million for the economy. Why? Because people now are facing health problems, are going to hospitals due to the respiratory problems. In Lebanon, there is, in Beirut particularly, between 150 till 200, the average, more than the WHO standard of the average concentration of particulate matter. There is also double the amount of the WHO standards for the airborne particulate matters. And this is mainly from transportation and dusty streets. So when we talk about reducing air pollution, we are talking about saving money, we are talking about better health and also better lifestyle and better livelihood. And going from air pollution, and since we said that transportation sector is a source of these pollutants, also it's a major source of indirect greenhouse gases emissions. So what I propose is to have a mix of buses, railways, cars, and bicycles. And by bicycles, it's mainly youth who are gonna use it, but at the same time, we're gonna have still cars that now they are the major way of going around, but they will only be 15% for cars. And we're gonna have railways that gonna connect Beirut to the other cities, and also the buses that gonna be on solar energy and also will connect different parts of Beirut with each other. Going from a new bus, cars, railways, bicycle, let's say transportation management system, to improving also the wastewater coverage. Unfortunately, there is parts here that in Beirut that have deteriorating water management system. Also, these pipes need renovation, and there is some parts that we have incomplete wastewater networks, and also some parts in Beirut we have lack of treatment plants, so the effluents are polluting the sea. So by improving the management methods and by investing in the construction of the wastewater pipelines, we're gonna develop a new way of managing wastewater, and we're gonna use the effluent that's treated to agriculture. And this also will help our economy. Going from wastewater directly to renewable energy. And we have 3,000 hours of sunlight in Beirut. So imagine how much this can help us in depending on solar energy. I aim to have 50% in 2030, but like, if you want to talk about the NDCs, the naturally determined contribution of Lebanon, they said that they aim to have 30% by 2030, and not all of it by the 15% if they didn't receive any fund, and the other 15 if they receive. So, but here it's totally out of the national plans. Here it's my wishing and my eco Beirut that I dream of. So having this 50% on solar energy, also depending, now all of Lebanon has 4.5% of hydropower. I aim to have Beirut only depending electricity and energy depending 20% on hydropower and 10% in wind energy. In Lebanon now we have wind farms in Akkar, and hopefully we're gonna have all over Lebanon. We're gonna have more depending on renewable energy. So Lebanon will no more relies on gasoline and fuel oil for energy. In Lebanon, we have around 1 million Syrian refugees and we have Palestinian refugees. Unfortunately, there is a lot of environmental problems that these refugees are facing due to the places that they are living in and due to many other circumstances. I'm not going to get into the political area of this, but what I wish, and we will work as civil society to have, is that these people have the right to work, they can work as doctors or as nurses or engineers, and these people have the right to own property. So they can still hold their citizenship without having a Lebanese citizenship, but also they have the right to live a good livelihood, and this will increase safety and also will increase cooperation between different people living in Beirut despite their background and nationality, and will allow Eco Beirut to be an equal city, eco-equity Beirut. And we need also to not forget our natural and cultural heritage. Unfortunately, after the bomb in Beirut, we lost many of our cultural places, and they were destroyed totally in ground. So I wish and I aim by 2030 to have 85% of it restored. And when we say this, if we invest money in this, then we are able to invest money in ecotourism. We are able to preserve nature, and we are able to show the unique cultural heritage of Beirut. And at the same time, all of the damaged libraries, museums, and historical buildings will be restored and will get more tourists, and also will allow to have a place for capacity building. And of course, they will be used part of trainings on environmental issues. Going from here, I would like to close by the solid waste management. And it's a problem that not only Beirut faces, I think many Arab countries facing problems in the solid waste. So 10% for recycling and 52% for composting. And here there is a, it's Irbid. Okay, I'll continue. I aim to, in Lebanon, we have between 50% till 55% of our waste is organic waste. So when we go and have 52 going to compost, and this organic matter is used again in agriculture, then we took over half of the solid waste. Then we have the other half. Here there is a mistake, so it's only 10% for the landfill, and these are the things that cannot be recycled, while other things like glass and plastic can be recycled, which are around 38%. And this is due to sort wasting from home. So we're gonna have waste from homes, from facilities, from factories, from shops, sorted from the source, and we're gonna have recycling facilities, and we're gonna have composting facilities, which will help in reducing the crisis of solid waste management that we have. Hopefully this will happen, and thank you for your time, and thank you for listening. And hopefully this will not only happen in Beirut, will happen all of the cities of Lebanon, and will happen in the Arab cities. Over.
Thank you so much, Nuhad, for the very informative presentation. Once again, I'd like to remind our attendees, if you have any questions, please post them through our application so we can convey these to our participants. So once again, thank you, Nuhad. Next on the list, we have Miss Zahra Abu Taha. Hello, Zahra.
أهلاً علاء الدين، كيفك؟
الحمد لله تمام، كيفك أنت؟
تمام الحمد لله.
بتحبي نعمل لك شير من عنا ولا أنت حتعملي؟
يا ريت.
Yes, okay. So please هلا عارفين عن حالك مع السريع وعن الباك جراوند تاعتك وعن أي مدينة رح تكوني عم تحكي، وإحنا بهذا الوقت رح نعمل لك شير للبرزنتيشن. Enjoy.
تمام، شكراً كتير. أول شيء يعطيكم العافية على الجهود بالتنظيم، وشكراً لهاي الفرصة المتاحة اليوم. عن جد سمعنا من شباب بكل المنطقة العربية، وصرنا هيك نشوف ambitions وأشياء كتير طموحة، فهذا الإشي شوي بيعطي أمل إنه لا، الواحد يكمل شغل، مش إنه زي الانكزايتيز اللي بتصير لما الواحد بده يعمل شيء للبيئة أو للمناخ. أنا زهرة أبو طه، أنا مهندسة معمارية أردنية وناشطة في العمل المناخي. طبعاً حبيت أحكي أنا مهندسة معمارية لأنه أنا من خريجة تخصص هو بيشهد أعلى نسبة مهندسين في العالم في البلد، بمعنى إنه إحنا الأردنيين عندنا تقريباً مهندس لكل 50 مواطن، وبالطريقة الكونفنشن الموجودة حالياً ما في وظائف زي ما تفضلوا زملائي إنه التحول للاستدامة ممكن يكون فيه فرص عمل كتير كبيرة، لأنه لما تيجي تحكي مع الشباب بالاستدامة بيحكي لك what is in it for me. الإشي اللي حابة أحكي فيه، حابة أحكي اليوم عن مدينة السلط كمدينة مستدامة ورؤيتي إلها. طبعاً أنا عم بحكي السلط حاطة بالعنوان 2021 ورؤيتي إلها ب2030، وتعمدت أحط 21 لأنه السنة تم إدراج السلط، يعني نبارك كلنا للسلط، إنه كمدينة للتسامح والتعايش في قوائم اليونسكو. ويمكن شوي لما إحنا نحكي عن الاستدامة بيروح مخيلتنا دائما للحلول البيئية، للتحول نحو حلول خضراء، تصاميم خضراء، بس بنغفل دائما عن الجوانب الثلاثة اللي لازم يغطيها أي حلم بالاستدامة، اللي هو العدالة الاجتماعية والبيئة والاقتصاد. فأنا رؤيتي لمدينة السلط في 2030 إنها تكون مدينة مستدامة كمدينة مخططة حضرياً من وجهة نظر مهندسة معمارية بطريقة بلو أند جرين. ولما نحكي بلو أند جرين يعني نحط كل الحلول اللي بتجعل من المباني والبنى التحتية صديقة للبيئة، وبتقدر تتعامل مع مصادر المياه حتى لو كانت شحيحة بالطريقة الأمثل. أنا حاطة فيجر بالبوستر يمكن كلنا شايفينه إنه السلط هي ثالث مدينة في الأردن بتشهد يعني هطول مطري جيد نوعاً ما. تقريباً عندك 420 ملم لكل متر مربع بينزل مطر في موسم الشتاء، وبالتالي هذا الإشي بيعمل highly potential إنه تكون هاي المدينة، وهي أصلاً كذلك إنها معتمدة على agriculture activities. وهذا الإشي بيساعد كمان إنه المدينة تكون مستدامة باللوكاليزنج البزنس والإيكونومي فيها. برضو أنا حاطة مدينة السلط كمدينة إنه I envision it ب 2030 تكون زي ما حكيت مصممة حضرياً بشكل صديق للبيئة ومستدام، بمعنى إنه دائماً وأبداً رح بيواجه أي مهندس، يمكن زملائي المهندسين اللي حكوا حيعرفوا إنه هذا السؤال دائماً بنسألوه، أي مهندس مدني أو معماري رح ينسأل أنت شو دخلك بالتغير المناخي. ففعلياً في توجه جديد عالمي عم يطلع اللي هو combating climate change through urban planning. هذا الفيجن اللي أنا بشوف إنه من هلأ لازم نبلش نشتغل عليه ل 2030 عشان نحقق مدينة مستدامة بالسلط وحتى بكل مدن الأردن والعالم العربي. فهاي رؤيتي لمدينة السلط، مدينة الجو فيها، المناخ، التربة، التوبوغرافي حتى بيساعد على تصميم مدينة حضرية مستدامة.
Thank you so much زهرة. Thank you for the amazing presentation. زي ما تفضلتي السلط في عندها potential إنها تحقق هاي الفيجن، فإن شاء الله خلال 10 سنين من العمل راح نقدر نحقق ولو جزء منها. Thank you so much again. Next في عنا مس زينة ناصر. Hello زينة، تسمعيني؟ Okay, I think we lost Zina, so let's move on and go to Mr. عدنان من المغرب. Mr. Adnan, can you hear me? Okay, so we're until we.
Yes, we can.
Yes, he can. Yes, Adnan, can you please promote Adnan? He's been in the attendees list. So we're promoting Adnan so he can present us his work. Adnan? Yes, Adnan is here. مرحبا عدنان. اوكي سو لبين ما يجي عدنان في واحدة من الأسئلة اللي اجتنا لعبد عرب.
Yes, dear Salah, do you hear me please? Hi all, do you hear me please?
Yes, Adnan, we can hear you. Yes.
Good. Thank you very much, dear Salah, for your assistance and for helping. Hi all, please, dear Salah, can you please share the poster, and I will present myself.
Yes, thank you, Adnan. Please start by introducing yourself.
In Arabic, I'm Adnan Funun من المغرب. من المغرب دكتور باحث في مجال المدن الذكية، خاصة الرقمنة في المدن الذكية ومعايير تدقيق المدن الذكية والمستدامة. بشتغل كمدقق في المغرب وفي بافريقيا الفرنكوفونية كمدقق في مجال البيئة ومجال السلامة ومجال التنمية المستدامة. My presentation, my posture speak about digital divide between rural and urban areas of the Casablanca State region for better digital inclusion, sustainability, inclusivity, and Casablanca by 2030. اليوم سوف أتكلم عن هو بالرقمنة، هو الرقمنة في مدينة الدار البيضاء. نعلم أن الرقمنة اليوم هي أساس تطور المدن وكذلك معيار مهم لتحول المدن من مدن حالية إلى مدن مستدامة. اليوم المدن العالمية خلال جائحة كوفيد استغلت التكنولوجيا من أجل تخفيف عبء الكوفيد by using digital to reduce the impact of COVID. In our city, you have several problems in digitalization. You can see for example, you can see the cell phone. I will speak in Arabic. الهاتف نقال اليوم عندنا مؤشرات جيدة في المغرب، حيث استعمال الهاتف نقال ما بين الحاضرة وما بين القرى ما كاينش ما كاينش فرق كبير ما بين الجهتين. But if you speak about internet, you have a big huge difference between rural and urban. If you speak about computer, it's the same. If you speak about illiteracy, it's the same. اليوم المشكل هو الرقمنة في المدن يمكن تقسيمه إلى طرفين. طرف تكنولوجيا، يمكن أن نقول الهاتف نقال، الانترنت أو صبي الانترنت في المدن أو استعمال الانترنت في المدن، ويمكن التكلم حتى عن الكمبيوتر. كم من الناس عندهم كمبيوتر في الجهة. and you have a second problem. كاين مشكل ثاني يجعل هذه اللي هو أكثر حدة، اللي هو مشكل illiteracy يعني. between rural urban and urban you have a big problem تاع الأمية. قلنا التكنولوجيا، قلنا الأمية، هذا مشكلين يعاني منهم المغرب ويكتشفون هذا المشكل هو في المدن. the vision على تصور تشكيل بصفة عامة يمكن تلخصه هو في الفقر، لأن المواطن لا يمكنه اليوم بالمدخول اليومي الذي يتوفر عليه أن يقتني أدوات تكنولوجيا التي سوف تساعده على الدخول إلى عالم الرقمنة. هذا مشكل أول. مشكل ثاني هو مشكل الأمية، وهنا يمكن أن نتكلم عن الفقر متعدد الأبعاد، كما قلنا الفقر المادي والفقر المتخصص بالتمدرس. You have a second problem, second issue, second problem, c'est the investments. شركات التليكوم اليوم استثماراتهم استثمارات مبنية على الربح. يوم ما يعمل الانترنت في الجهة he research the density. When you have a density, you have internet. Didn't have a density, didn't have internet, and this is a major problem because all telecom company, he didn't have a responsible investment. He speak only about the winner investment. وهنا يمكن مع الاستثمار الربحي والاستثمار المسؤول. فيما يخص رؤية المدينة في 2030 يمكن تقسيمها إلى أربع محاور ولا ثلاث فترات: المدى القصير، المدى البعيد، والمدى المتوسط. فيما يخص المدى القصير، حين يتكلم عن المدى القصير هم مجموعة من الحلول لما نحتاج كثير من الانفستمنت. You speak about the shared space. هم أماكن مفتوحة للناس، للمواطنين، يكون فيهم تكنولوجيا، يكون فيهم كمبيوتر، يكون فيهم انترنت، and يكون فيهم assistance. This is for the المدى القريب. About responsible governance أو الحكامة المسؤولة. هي حكامة التي وجب أن تأخذ بعين الاعتبار المواطنين بصفة عامة من أجل تقليص هذه الهوة، ومن أجل تقليص التهميش المجتمعي الذي يعيشه هذه الفئة من الناس. على المدى المتوسط you can speak also about responsible investment in technology. قلنا في الأول بأن الشركات التليكوم في المغرب هم شركات ربحية 100%، واستثماراتهم متوجهة نحو الربح. وجب اليوم على الفاعل الحكومي أخذ هذا بعين الاعتبار وتوجيه استثمارات شركات تليكوم نحو استثمارات مسؤولة ليست ربحية فقط. Like for example, you have to do investment in a rural area, not only an urban area. You have to have this vision in investments. على المدى البعيد I speak about local technology projects. كما رأينا في الأرقام، الانترنت، كمبيوتر، سيل فون، هذه مجموعة من التكنولوجيات التي اليوم نستوردها وثمنها باهظ في المغرب بصفة عامة في العالم، because you not the producer. on n'est pas alors نحن ليس منتجين بل مستهلكين، وهذا يجعل الثمن باهظ. اليوم الرؤية وجب أن تكون حول التمكية من صناعة تكنولوجيات مغربية 100% بثمن زهيد أو ثمن معقول، من أجل تعزيز أو من أجل تمكين المواطن، من أجل اقتنائها. هادو هما أربعة محاور التي أتكلم عليهم: المدى القصير، المدى المتوسط. و you can speak also about three major points: technological points, human points and organization points. السلام عليكم.
شكرا أستاذ عدنان. طبعا أنت ركزت على أسبكت كثير مهم بموضوع sustainability واللي هو digital aspect. شكرا for the amazing presentation. كان في سؤال مستر عدنان. Yes, thank you. Yes. كان في سؤال. شكرا لك مستر عدنان. كان في سؤال موجه لمستر عبد.
نعم.
وانت معنا؟ نعم. السؤال كان بيحكي لك: هل برايك انه 10 سنين كافيه عشان تطلع او تسويتش من 20 ل 75% renewable energy بالاردن؟
صراحه انا حكيت لك بالبدايه كنت متفائل يعني زياده. احنا ان شاء الله على امل، يعني ممكن اذا خلينا نحكي مشينا على الوضع العادي ممكن نوصل لغايه I think 40 35 40. بس احنا بنحكي يعني انا رؤيتي انه يصير شيء غير عن المألوف، يعني مش بزنس از يوجوال، يعني مش الوضع الاعتيادي، يصير شيء جديد. يعني ان شاء الله احنا نامل انه نوصل 75
ان شاء الله. طب لبين ما نشوف زينة اذا تضم لنا او لا، في عندي سؤال للاور بارتيسيبنتس. هلا برايكم كل حدا منكم تفضل وحكى الاميزنج فيجنز تاعونه. برايكم كيف انتم هلا راح تساعدوا المجتمع عندكم عشان نحقق هاي الشغله؟ يعني احنا وانس اجين ما بدنا بس نتمنى، بدنا يكون في عندنا اكشن. كيف بدنا نعمل انترفنشن، كيف نعمل تدخل بحيث انه يكون هاي تطورات ملموسه على الواقع؟ فاذا بحب حدا من الموجودين، زهره تفضلي.
يعطيك العافية علاء الدين. أنا بدي أقول صراحة من جملة أنت حكيتها بداية السيشن، حكيت إنه different backgrounds. أنا بحس إنه you are what your community need، بمعنى إنه كل حدا بمجتمعه وبتخصصه بيقدر يعمل إشي، سواء بتخصصه الدراسي أو حتى بالميدان اللي هو بيشتغل فيه. مثلا لما حكيت أنا عن المدن المستدامة كنت بحكي إنه في 3 pillars لازم نركز عليها، مش بس infrastructure. زي ما تفضل أنا شفت بالشات حدا عم يحكي إنه إحنا لازم برضو نحقق أمن غذائي لما بدنا نتوجه نحو استدامة. لازم يكون عندنا إنتاج منتجاتنا المحلية بعيداً عن أي أغذية ملوثة، أغذية مصنعة. بالتالي هي فعلياً كل حدا عنده فيجن بده يحط الأكشن بلان من التولز اللي بإيده. أنت مهندس بتشتغل بالبلانينج زي ما تفضل حسام، ممكن إنه هو بالاكشن بلان بتروح toward this. الناس اللي بالرينيوبل زي ما تفضل عبد الله، انه خلاص هي بتكون فوكست بالرينيوبل. هدول الكومبوننتس كلها مع بعض تعمل sustainable city. يعني بالنهايه بالsustainability transition there is no one man show. كلنا هيك بدنا نشتغل، كل حدا من ميدانه وكل حدا از يعني بجزئيه بتطلع الاوفر اول سايت هي كلها sustainable.
Thank you so much زهرة for the amazing input. مستر أحمد فتحي بليز، في عندك تحب تضيف شيء؟
بشكرك جدا وبشكر يعني كل الزملاء اللي اتكلموا قبل مني. يعني انا بشوف ان كل حد مننا زي ما زهره قالت، الكلام اللي زهره قالته، النشاط بتاعه في الجزء العملي اللي بينفذه يحقق نتائج. انا هتكلم على الان جي او بتاع اللي انا بشتغل فيها واللي انا بمثلها. احنا حاطين مجموعه من الخطط الاستراتيجيه في السنين اللي جايه. عندنا مشروع لزراعه 500,000 شجره في مصر على مدار 2 سنين، وبالفعل ابتدينا في يوم البيئه العالمي وهنستكمل في النص الثاني من اكتوبر، بحيث يبقى دخلنا في الشتاء فنقدر نزرع بشكل افضل ونضمن ان الزرع ما يموتش. لان احنا حاطين استراتيجيه ان احنا مش عاوزين نزرع وخلاص. يعني الزراعه العشوائيه مع الاسف ال 80 او 90% من الزرع بتاعها بيموت. لازم يبقى زراعه مخططه وفيها جزء للمتابعه بعد الزراعه. الحاجه الثانيه
عندنا برنامج تدريبي بننفذه مع الشباب من 18 ل 35 اسمه Environmental Pioneers Program. بنعلم الشباب يعني 5 توبيك: الكلايمت تشينج، بايودايفرستي، رينيوبل انرجي، ويست مانجمنت اند SDG، ودخلنا عليهم مؤخرا السيركل ايكونومي. فيعني حاطين تارجت في سنتين ان احنا يكون عندنا 500 شخص اخذ التدريب ده، فبالتالي يتحولوا لمشروعات ناشئه بتجابه المشكله بتاعه الطاقه ومشكله المناخ ومشكله المخلفات ومشكله التنوع البيولوجي وتحقيق اهداف التنميه المستدامه. فدي مجموعه من الانشطه اللي احنا بنشتغل عليها، الى جانب ان احنا يعني بنسعى بطريقه تشريعيه ان يكون في قوانين بتشجع على الطاقه المتجدده، يعني يكون في قوانين بتشجع لخفض ضرائب مثلا على اللي بيستهلك بطاقه شمسيه في السخان بتاعه او البيت بتاعه، ان يكون في نوع من انواع التحفيز للناس للتحول نحو استخدام الطاقه المتجدده. يعني انا لازم اديله امتيازات او البنوك، قطاع البنوك، احنا يعني بنتكلم مع بعض البنوك ان يكون في قروض لمشروعات الطاقه المتجدده الفرديه. انا عاوز العماره بتاعتي او الكومباوند بتاعي او المنطقه السكنيه بتاعتي تبقى مضاءه بالطاقه المتجدده، التكلفه بتاعتها عاليه في المره الاولى، فبالتالي وفي نفس الوقت بيدفع اقساط للكهرباء كل شهر كبيره. فبالتالي اذا تحول الموضوع لقرض من البنك مع تسهيلات السداد، هيبقى بالنسبه للناس حل مشكله، وفي نفس الوقت بعد عدد معين من السنين اصبح المصدر ده هو ملك ليهم، فبالتالي هتبقى طاقه مجانيه بالنسبه لهم. فده المشاركه. شكرا.
شكرا، ما شاء الله عليكم، مشاركات اكيد فعاله وان شاء الله بنحقق النتائج. استاذ عبد الله درعات، في شيء تحب تضيفه؟
شكرا علاء. بصراحة أنا على الإجابة لسؤالك، إحنا يعني لازم نشجع على موضوع النهج المجتمعي للشباب، خصوصا إحنا كشباب، يعني هذا السيشن بخصنا إحنا كشباب. فكل اللي تفضلوا فيه الأخوة الزملاء في هذا السيشن محتاج إلى عدة استراتيجيات حتى نحقق هذا الشيء. نحن مش يعني ما بدنا يكون هذا البوستر فقط للعرض لهذا المؤتمر، لا، حابين هاي الاشياء الاكشنز تصير في السنوات اللي احنا حاطينها 2030 2035، ممكن نكون احنا في محل صناع القرار ويكون عندنا الصلاحيات لننفذها. فاول شيء لازم يكون في نهج مجتمعي، لازم اشراك المجتمعات، افراد المجتمع بالتخطيط الحضري، بالتخطيط لكل القطاعات التنمويه. هذا النهج المجتمعي من خلال التوعيه على الاثار الاقتصاديه والاجتماعيه، زي ما تفضل الاخ قبل شوي، تركيز على خلينا نسميها الرياده المجتمعيه او الرياده فيما يخص في موضوع التغير المناخي او الاقتصاد الاخضر. هذا يؤدي الى ما يسمى بقياده شبابيه مناخيه، او خلينا نسميها بتساهم في التطوير الحضري. كمان بدي اركز على موضوع انه لما يكون في عندك هاي الوعي او هاي المجموعات مؤهله ومدربه وعارفين ممكن يعني يطوروا حالهم، يعملوا خطه على مستوى المحلي، على مستوى البلديات. وهون في مدينه اربد تتوزع على كثير من عده بلديات. لما يكون في خطط محليه خلينا نقول لا مركزيه في التخطيط الحضري، بيكون نوعا ما اسهل بنسميه الصناديق الفاينانس فيما يتعلق في الكلايمت فاينانس، من ناحيه تقنيه موضوع كلايمت فاينانس. فهون كمان لازم نركز على الكلايمت فاينانس، وعندنا النهج المجتمعي بيؤدي لقياده مجتمعيه، وهذا القياده المجتمعيه بتؤدي لتخطيط محلي على مستوى البلديات داخل المدينه، حتى يكون عندنا اوفرلاب لتنفيذ هذه الاجراءات من خلال الرؤيه اللي قدموها الشباب الان. ومن خلال المجموعات لازم نضغط بشكل عمودي للحكومه حتى يكون عندنا صناديق سواء كان عالميه او حتى وطنيه من القطاع الخاص لينفذوا هذه الاشياء، يكون بيان لها اثر اقتصادي واجتماعي. شكرا.
شكرا جزيلا عبد الله، يعني انبوت رائع جدا. اكيد تمكين الشباب وعشان الشباب هم زي ما بيحكوا وقود التغيير وقادة التغيير ان شاء الله، ف100% لازم نكثف الجهود عشان نطلع عموديا زي ما تفضلت ويكون صوتنا مسموع. زينة، اظن انت صوتي معنا صح؟ زينة، hello زينة, can you hear me?
Yes, hello everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Finally, I'm here. Yes.
Yeah. So, Zina, please start by introducing yourself to our audience and talk briefly about your background. And in the meantime, we're going to be sharing your poster so you can present it. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Aladdin. Thank you so much for the invitation. أنا كنت أتمنى أن أتكلم بالعربية وأن أقدم البوستر بالعربية، ولكن مع الأسف أعرف أن اللهجة التونسية قد تطغى أحيانا عن الموضوع أو عن كلامي باللغة العربية الفصحى. So I choose to speak in English. I'm Zina from Tunisia. So I'm a PhD student, and my research is around entomology. I'm doing forest entomology. In the same time, I'm a president of an association called Earth Tunisia, which work on climate actions and all environmental issues in Tunisia. So we are very active in these issues and problems in Tunisia. And in the same time, and my last point is that I'm a prof at the university. I'm beginning with doing some courses as a prof at the university. So I'm gonna introduce my ambitions for my hometown that is called Mahdia in the central west of Tunisia. Can I start then now with my poster?
Yes, please. We can see your poster, so please start.
Okay, great. So the region of Mahdia is a region, a coastal region in the west of Tunisia, in the central west of Tunisia, I mean. So the main activities or the economic activities that are concentrated in the region are tourism, agriculture, fishing, arts and crafts, and also some other activities related to agriculture and fishing and tourism also. But the main problem here is that there is an instability because that economic activities depend on seasons. So people here try always to practice many activities in different fields to ensure their life. What happened is that they care about their monthly income, but they don't care about ecosystems. So we found that there is ecosystem degradation. There is many natural resources that are degraded. We found also that half of the wetlands that were concentrated in the last 13 years disparated. And there is a very hard or very large sea pollution, also coastal pollution, but essentially sea pollution. The problem here is that there is oppression really on ecosystems, on natural resources, but people can be resilient to climate change, to some other change like COVID-19 and all this. Why? Or how they are resilient for all this change? Firstly, they still have this type of family area in which they can plant different vegetables, different fruits, different herbaceous, and that make them very self-sufficient. They also still stock food, and this very traditional practice that is more and more practices in Mahdia, in this region. And they use the measure, which is a type of constructed contain in which we gather rainwater. So all these traditional practices, I think that they can make them resilient. If they can continue to do the same traditional practices, the same good practices with some responsibilities towards their ecosystems and their natural resources, I think they can we can have a better life in this region. For example, with the traditional practices, they can reduce the use of cars because already they didn't use so much cars. There is only 17% of people that have cars in their homes, and the others use motors or bikes. So we can attend, I think, in my opinion, we can attend maybe 80% of bike users. Also, I think we can also encourage the use of photovoltaic because Mahdia is a region where the bright sunshine is very high. It's a semi-arid region, so we can use this fan. We can attend, in my opinion, until 30 or 35% of photovoltaic or renewable energy, which is our ambition or the national ambition of that we want to attain in 2030. Also, we can sort waste because in a small region it's possible. In a small region, people aren't consuming so much things. Most or more than 15% of their waste are organic, so it isn't so easy to sort their waste. It isn't so easy to be more responsible. I think also they can be more responsible towards their the use or the practice of gardening because they have the habit to plant things in front of their homes and on their roofs. So we can have a region more and more green, and it's possible. For me, there is a hard efforts that is that the civil society now in Mahdia and youth are doing, but we still need some efforts from the government because civil society and youth can't be the only community that can work on to a sustainable village or sustainable region. The last point is that, in my opinion, let's begin with small region in sustainability, because this small region can be more resilient because they have their own traditional practices. They love and like so much their hometown, so they have more responsibilities towards their towns. So the effort of sustainability and the way or to sustainability can begin from small regions all over the MENA region, I think. And thank you so much. I hope I get the point. I hope I represent my town in a very good way. Thank you all.
You absolutely did, Zeina. Thank you so much for your informative presentation about the Mahdia region in Tunisia. Once again, our dear attendees, if you have any questions, please do send them to us through the application MEA. There was some points that Mr. Amir Gohar has highlighted. Mr. Amir, are you with us? I think he's not, because he said he had to go for lectures. Okay. So once again, thank you for all of our participants. Yes, Mr. Amir is here. Mr. Amir, can you please speak? Let me just promote you. Amir, go ahead, please. So he had some comments regarding the presentations. We'd like to hear what he has to say.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Hello, Amir, how are you?
I'm good. Thanks for amazing organization. Actually, these were not questions, but rather things for the points for the presenters to consider in the future. So if you want to go one by one, I'll start with the Egyptian presentation, which talked about new cities as something that is futuristic and adapting to climate, and that could possibly be happening in one scale, but not necessarily equally successful on all scales. Most of architects in Egypt, where I come from, are very proud and focus on being LEED certified or climate appropriate, while the entire setting or building is standing on a floodplain or in contradiction with other environmental dynamics. Could be as small as turtle nesting sites, could be as less significant in their eyes as developers, such as all coastal dynamics of erosions, waves, sea level rise, and halophytic sand dune, salt marshes, and all the other ecosystems. So it's good to bring the overall perspective, not only why a specific building or a specific project is LEED or environmentally complying from one side. The other thing is is very minor. People always talk about ecotourism as the only solution, and my core focus in my research is on ecotourism, and I know the relative impacts that it could possibly bring to a place. So it's probably better than mass tourism in some ways, but it is not necessarily the ideal way. So I just thought maybe presenters could be more aware of that. What else? Yeah, the other two things is we tend as users to see the garbage problem focused on no enough bins, and that's very true. And it's an important part of the problem. But I also been to places in Africa where there are bins, but no one is collecting. So I'm just highlighting the importance of having a full understanding of the entire cycle. And about the Muslim initiatives, I really admire it, and I thought it could be just more inclusive if it is not only for Muslims, especially with a global world where there's a lot of merge of people from different ethnicities and backgrounds. Yeah, that's it. Thank you guys for having me, and I have to say I'm admiring the organization and especially that translation moving within the same speaker into multiple languages is very high talent. Yeah, that's it. Thanks a lot. I will mute myself now.
Thank you so much for the amazing comments. I'm sure our presenters are going to take that into consideration. And yeah, I would like to thank our interpreters today. So guys, now I think all of our participants who attended today have presented their work, their vision. And now I'd like to share my screen with you. Okay. So our dear colleague Dina Kisbi has posted the participants' presentations and posters on the wall of ideas. Now, how you can access this is that you're gonna have to go to the EMA interface, and on the left of the screen, there's this icon that says wall of ideas. You can once again check out all the posters that have been presented today. And I need you please to take your time, go through each poster, and once again, start voting. So how you're going to vote, as I showed you earlier. Let me just show it again. I'm sorry, guys, bear with me.
Yes, we hear you.
Yes. So, as I was saying, that we want you to take your time to look at the posters and then vote. So how you're going to vote, I'm going to share it once again. Okay, so basically you're gonna have to log into the first day of the conference. And then you were going to go to our session 2. Here it is. And finally, on the upper right corner of the screen, we're going to have the polls, the wall of ideas, and the Q&As. So if you click on the polls, and then we're asking for the best poster, in your opinion, based on the presentations that you've seen. Once again, thank you for all of our participants. And please, guys, look at the wall of ideas. You can access it from here. Take your time. I think we still have like 10 minutes. So let's give it 5 minutes for you guys to vote, and then we're going to share the results. Thank you. Okay, everybody, hello again. Thank you so much for participating in the poll. Let's share the results. Once again, thank you so much for all our participants. All of your posters and your presentations were amazing. So according to our audience, the first place is between Abed Arab and Karen Muqaddam. Abed for Amman, Karen for Al Fayha or Trablus. And in the second place came Nuhad Awad, and her presentation was about Beirut. And third place we had Abdullah Driat together with Hussam Imam. Abdullah's presentation was about Irbid and Hussam's was about Cairo. So with this, I think I'm going to wrap this session. Thank you so much for participating. Once again, amazing posters, amazing presentations, amazing questions, and amazing comments. Thank you. Congrats for our winners. Yeah, so let me wrap up this session. Karen, do you have anything you'd like to add?
I just wanted to thank you everyone and thank you for organizing this, and it was very, very, very impressive and helpful and intuitive. Thank you everyone.
Thank you so much. So with that, guys, I'm going to wrap the session. Thank you so much. Now let's leave you to enjoy your lunch, and after that we are going to join you with our third session with my colleague Dina Kisby. So once again, thank you so much. And Dina, do you have anything you'd like to add?
First of all, thank you so much for everyone. Wonderful presentations, wonderful visions. And I hope, like, as we said, like they're futuristic, but I think like at some point, if we have this spirit in all of us with working in the field of environment, I think we can get even more than this. I just want to point out to one thing, please. So luckily we're on time. So we have now 1 hour break for lunch, please. So we'll be back here at 2. So now we're 2 at 3 Amman time. At it's gonna be 12 GMT. I really wish that everyone will be back and we don't lose people. So because in our next session, we're going to be talking about local climate action plans and how municipalities have the role in actually implementation of all the activities we're aiming for and for our cities to be just. I look forward to seeing you in 1 hour. And if there's anything you need from our side, me and my dear colleague Ala are here. Enjoy your lunch and see you in an hour. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sahten.
Bye-bye. Thank you all.
أول إشي بخطر على بالي لما أسمع كلمة استدامة هو
منعت المدن، لأن المدن اللي راح نخطط لها للمستقبل مختلفة تماماً عن المدن اللي كنا نعيش فيها حتى وإحنا أطفال.
أول شغلة على بالنا هي المشاريع الإنمائية اللي خاصة بالتنقل، اللي خاصة بالطاقة.
هي عبارة عن تول بنستخدمها ليكون المستقبل أفضل.
الشكل التقليدي في الحياة في المنطقة العربية
هاي سميرة، هاي ميراندا. سوري أنا بس كنت حابة أجرب الفيديو for tomorrow، فأنا آسفة كثير. We still have around more than 20 minutes، فأنا آسفة. Please enjoy your break. Sorry.
Hello, everyone. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. But if you allow me, I'm just going to give just 5 minutes for people who didn't get the chance to be just exactly on time to join us, if that's okay with you, everyone. Thank you. So everyone, welcome back to our third and final session of the day. I know like I've been talking a lot during this conference, but I would be honored and glad to be moderating this session today. For that, this topic in specific is one that is close to my heart. For that, I do believe that a bottom-up approach is the best one when we want to achieve anything. Thus, working on the local performance and local action has proven, and yet to even prove more, that it's the best approach. We have amazing speakers from all over the region, and who will be sharing their practical experiences with us. They will share their challenges and expectations and actual achievements, and hope that this is a door that's open to all of you there to engage more on a local level. Allow me to start with, I'm going to be prejudiced. I'm going to start with ladies first. So allow me to start with Engineer Aman Howard. She is the head of the local development unit in Deir Alla municipality in Jordan. She holds main responsibilities within the municipality in developing several projects that include community engagement and renewable energy, and in addition to women empowerment. She's a very active member in the municipality, and I would really love her to share her experiences and join us today as one of our dear special panelists. Aman, the floor is yours.
Hello, how are you, everybody? I'm very happy to join you today and talk about Deir Alla experiments in climate change action. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to be one of the speakers of this important conference. I will share my screen. Could you share it from your, okay, I found it. Okay, I will talk about Deir Alla action plan. So the name of Deir Alla is come from two basic words, Deir, which mean temple, and the second name is Allah, which is mean a high place. So it's mean that the temples on a high place. Deir Alla also have a very warm climate at the winter, and it's very hot in the summer, and it's considered as an agricultural region. We could name it as a food basket of Jordan. There's all kind of vegetables and citrus are growth in Deir Alla. Also, it have a religious tourism, and there is historical importance of this place as a hill of Deir Alla, which is near a temple. About the location of Deir Alla, it's located in Balqa Governorate in Al Aghwar area. It's west of city of Salt. It's about 30 kilometers away, and it is 250 meters below sea level on the eastern side, bordering of the Jordan River. There is organizational area of 8 square kilometers, and about 53 square kilometers, which is not an organized area. From the north side, there's Erbed. From the west side, there's the Salt. From the east side, there's the Dead Sea. And from the west side, there's a Jordan River, West Bank. As you know, as a Ghari area, it's supplying the domestic and the foreign market with all kinds of vegetables and fruits. and reflects on the national income through exports of neighboring countries. As the Deir Alla municipality is divided into 7 areas. There's a region of Deir Alla, the center, the area of Abu Ubaida and Al Balawna, North Tual area, Southern Tual area, Dirar, Ruwaiha, and Khazma. There's population is about 60,000, 65,000, and it's located in a governorate of Al Balqa. As you see, this is a view from the top to Deir Alla, and this is hill of Deir Alla in the center. So our vision for the future, as ahead of 2030, the municipality of Deir Alla will strive to be pioneering, organized, clean, soulful, and eco-friendly city that takes advantage of all technologies, strategies, and know how to safeguard its resources and to integrate the member of its community to realize Deir Alla's full potential as a city of emblematic of sustainable development that churches its heritage and equality. Now I will talk about the projects of Deir Alla regarding the climate change action. There is the main 6 projects of Deir Alla. As you know, Deir Alla is a part of a long Jordan Valley, which is the population of Jordan Valley, about 650,000 people. And Deir Alla municipality is a part of this huge area. It suffers as many other municipalities in Al Aghwar area from solid waste pollution, improper solid waste management, extremely high electricity cost because of the temperature is very high at the summer. As you know, until now we are using the AC. That is a lot of the budget of the municipality. And there is also extremely limited water treatment infrastructure. Until now, there is no waste treatment infrastructure in Deir Alla. So we are working with many organizations such as GIZ and SEED, Sustainable Energy and Economic Development Project. This farm of a solar system with the potential of about 1 megawatt per hour. It's now open. It's open the last week, and now it's on work. So this will save about 65% of the money goes to electricity bills. And also, there is many cooperation with another organizations such as Engagement Global, and there is twinning with the Deir Alla and other municipalities such as Jannah municipality at Germany. We are working also on waste management. As you see at the photos, there is a sorting station at Deir Alla. We are gathering the carton boards, and we gathering the plastic from special containers, put it at the markets, and send it to the sorting station. That then we make it on bales and sell it to the local markets. Also, there is another project which concerning the reuses material or the reuses culture. We are giving awareness for the people to reuse the material and decrease the amount of waste reached to the our sites as dump site or the sorting station. Beside of that, there is many other work concerning the planning as a CCAP and the climate action plan with the GIZ. A common theme of this projects is to give a real solution and to decrease the load on the budget of the municipality and to convert the waste to real investment opportunity for the municipality. As you see here, there is a photo of people from the local community who participate in growing more than 1,000 trees in Al Balauna with the Clima-Med project. And there's also awareness session for the people from the different sectors. As you see here, there's students, and there's a session for women, and a session for farmers, for traders, and many other people. And this is a photo also for the compost factory. We are funding this rehabilitation and operation of this facility from the Engagement Global, with the cooperation of Jena Municipality. There's a twinning between the Ralla and Jena Municipality, and we are working on this compost factory. It will work within next month. Also, this is containers which, as you see, have instruction to put what we want to sort from the community. We are working also on a climate action plan with GIZ. With this project. It has been developed and aligned with Jordan National Climate Change Policy. The policy set advanced concrete strategies, strategic objectives, measures and instruments to adapt country to climate change impact in each involved sector as a water, coastal area, agriculture, food security, health, tourism, biodiversity, and socioeconomic situation. Also, Al-CAB is in line with the national strategy and action plan for sustainable consumption and production for mainstreaming sustainable consumption and production into agriculture, food production, transport, and waste management sector. In addition to the above mentioned lines, Al-CAB will play an essential role, extremely important in helping the implementation of Jordan intended nationally determined contribution submitted to the UNFCCC, which determines to reduce the gases emission by 14% by 2030. Unconditionally, however, Jordan and subject to the availability of international financial aid and support to mean of implementation, commits to reduce its gases emissions by additional at least 12.5% by 23. So Deir Alla is a part of this work. We are working hardly to decrease the emission of the gases and to change the culture regarding that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Engineer Aman. And if I may just point out a couple of discussion points that you mentioned in your presentation, which I love. First is the diversity of your contributions and actual partners, that there were youth, women, actual officials in the municipality. And you mentioned like a very, very valid point, is that most of these projects actually aid in reducing the burden on the municipality's budget, which is like a double win. Like we gain environmental impacts that are of positive impacts, and we also reduce the associated budgets with these projects, renewable energy projects, and all these recycling projects. And one of the things also that I love is that you are taking advantage of the special characters that Deir Alla has of an agricultural area, as well as known for its hot weather, that you invest in renewables, as well as sustainable consumption and production, which is perfect. And I thank you for that. If you allow me, we're going to move to our next speaker, and we'll leave the room for questions after the whole session. Thank you so much
for this comments. It's make me very proud.
Thank you so much. If I kindly ask Ms. Wafa from Tunis, if you kindly join us.
Yes.
Hey, Wafa.
Can you hear me? Hi.
If you allow me to introduce you very briefly. So
Sure.
Ms. Wafa holds a bachelor's degree in environmental protection science and master's degree in environmental engineering. She's been engaged in 2017 as a coordinator in charge of the citizens' adaptation to climate change, all the way towards 2018, where she has been the SDGs ambassadors for the Arab Youth Sustainable Development Network and Tunisia's focal point for the Network of African Youth for Development. She's been engaged in activities related to the COP, Conference of the Parties, and climate change activities, and one of the best activists in Tunisia. I give the floor to you and thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for this opportunity, Dina. Before starting, am I going to use the English or Arabic language?
It's up to you. We have translation. If you want to change to Arabic, please do so. وإذا بتحبي أشارك من عندي presentation برضو أو إذا من عندك موجود الترجمة.
I'm going to share my screen, but just because my slides are in Arabic, so I'm going to do the presentation in Arabic.
Perfect. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you see my screen? Perfect. Okay. So نشكركم مرة أخرى على الدعوة هذه، وياسر فرحانة اللي باش نشارك فكرة المشروع العمل المناخي المحلي اللي قاعد يتم في تونس. ومهم ياسر نقول اللي المشروع هذا هو أول مشروع قاعد يتم في تونس حول العمل المناخي المحلي وبالتحديد التخطيط المناخي على المستوى المحلي. المشروع هو مبادرة فردية من فكرتي أنا وزميلتي أمنة فراتي وبالدعم من HBS تونس. اوكي كإطار عام فقط وبداية ياسر مهم نحط الإطار التونسي على خاطر نصور يختلف على بقية الدول العربية اللي بحكم اللي نحن توا في تحيين المساهمات المحددة وطنيا اللي هي وثيقة رسمية وطنية تشمل مجموعة من التدابير المتعلقة بآلية التخفيف أو والتأقلم لتحقيق الأهداف اللي مذكورة في اتفاق باريس واتفاق إطار الأمم المتحدة. وثيقة تونس أودعت وثيقة المساهمات المحددة متاحة في سنة 2015 وتوا قاعدة تحين في الوثيقة متاحة الثانية وتضم عديد من القطاعات في مجال التخفيف والتأقلم. اللي ياسر مهم اللي نقولوا اللي بعد ثورة 2011 كان عندنا دستور جديد في تونس، دستور 2014 اللي نص على على البيئة بشكل كبير ونص على السلامة المناخية. زي عليه حطيت هنا الفصل 45 اللي هو ياسر مهم في الدستور التونسي اللي يقول تضمن الدولة الحق في بيئة سليمة ومتوازنة سامحوني والمساهمة في سلامة المناخ وعلى الدولة توفير الوسائل الكفيلة بالقضاء على التلوث البيئي. من هنا تشكلت الفكرة متاع المشروع اللي للأسف في وثيقة المساهمات المحددة وطنيا في نسختها الأولى في تونس لم يتم ضم ولم يتم شمل لصيحات المدن في وثيقة المساهمات، برغم اللي تم إثبات المدن والمستوى المحلي هو متأثر بصفة شديدة بتغير المناخ، حيث نلقاو اللي المدن هما الموجودين على الخطوط الأمامية لمواجهة آثار التغيرات المناخية، وفي نفس الوقت هما يمثلوا المصدر الأساسي ولا المصدر الأول لانبعاثات الغازات الدفيئة، وهذا يجر على كثافة الأنشطة الاقتصادية على المستوى المحلي وكثافة السكان. لكن هذا ما يمنعش المدن والفاعلين المحليين من تقديم حلول فعلية ومستدامة بحكم نحكيو على الاستدامة. هذا وين جاءت الفكرة ورد لينا معي أنا وزميلتي أمنة اللي من الضروري تشريك المستوى المحلي في العمل المناخي من أجل تمكينهم من المشاركة في الجهود الوطنية بشأن مكافحة تغير المناخ. هني جت فكرة المشروع اللي هو بصفة عامة يهدف إلى تأطير الأطراف الفاعلة المحلية من مواسم البلديات والهياكل العامة والهياكل الخاصة والمجتمع المدني المحلي، وبالأخص الشباب الناشط في المجال البيئي والمناخي. وسنافي الجزء الثاني من المشروع تم تشريك وسائل الإعلام المحلية للمشاركة في العمل المناخي المحلي من خلال إعداد وتنفيذ خطط محلية مناخية محلية، باش نحاول نركز على أهم جزئين في البرنامج اللي هي منصة العمل المناخي المحلي تنجموا تلقاوها، والمشروع في مرحلته الأولى والثانية. منصة العمل المناخي المحلي كما تراو في اللينك متاعها، اللي هي منصة تمثل العمل المناخي المحلي في تونس. نجموا نلقاو الأطراف الفاعلة محليا المشاركة في المشروع اللي هما طبعا نحكي عليهم بصفة أكثر، اللي هما 8 بلديات من 4 ولايات. نجموا نلقاو المشاريع متعلقة بالتغيرات المناخية على المنصة، لقاو الفاعلين المحليين من إدارات جهوية ومن بلديات على المنصة كذلك موجودة المنشورات المتعلقة بالعمل المناخي المحلي، من فيديوهات تحسيسية، من حلقات نقاش تمت عن بعد اللي تحدثنا فيهم على العمل المناخي المحلي على المستوى المحلي وعلى المستوى الوطني. وكذلك نحاول نجمع الوثائق الموجودة على المستوى الوطني من استراتيجيات ومن ريبورتس، من تقارير ومن عمل موجودة على المستوى نحن نقول الوطني أو المركزي، وكذلك من العمل المشاريع اللي تم إنجازها من قبل البلديات على المستوى المحلي، وهذا لتفادي إعادة تنفيذ مشاريع تم تمويلها أو تم العمل عليها والاستعمال للمخرجات المشاريع تم تنفيذها من قبل البلديات. كذلك ديما نأكدوا على من صحفيين، من مدونين، من ناشطين بالمجتمع المدني. سمينا المدون الأخضر اللي هو يضم الناشطين المحليين في المجتمع المحلي فيما يخص العمل المناخي. كما ذكرت اللي العمل المناخي المحلي هو جاي في اطار المساهمه في تنفيذ مبادئ الحوكمه المناخيه، بحكم اللي تونس في كما ذكرت في 2014 مع الدستور 2014 ثم مسار جديد في تونس هو مسار اللامركزيه والاستقلاليه والحكم المحلي. هو هذه كانت فرصه اللي ساعدت معناها لفكره العمل المناخي المحلي بحكم البلديات واللي عندها الاستقلاليه نتاعها لتنفيذ خططها حسب الاحتياجات على المستوى المحلي. دونك تم في اطلاق البرنامج هذا من بدايه سنه 2020 اللي هي كانت تمثل سنه حاسمه للعمل المناخي بحكم اللي هي كانت بدايه عقد العمل المناخي، واللي عن طريق المشروع هذا تم تأطير كما قلت 8 بلديات من 4 ولايات، كل من مدينه محرز وصفاقس بولايه صفاقس، مدينه جربه اجيم وجربه وحمص السوق من ولايه مدين في جزيره جربه، ومدينه بوسيلم ومدينه عين دراهم من ولايه جندوبه، ومدينه ماطر ومنزل عبد الرحمن من ولايه بنزرت. هنا نلاحظوا في نفس الولايه نشتغلوا مع 2 من البلديات بحكم نطمحوا للعمل بين البلديات، التعاون بين البلديات من نفس الولايه بحكم تشابه الهشاشه المناخيه على نفس البلديات في نفس الولايه، ولتعزيز العمل بين البلديات. باش نحاول باختصار نقدم المرحله الاولى من تنفيذ المشروع كان ليه عديد من المراحل. المرحلة الأولى بتحديد البلديات نقف عليها ونفسرها، ثم الاجتماعات مع الأطراف الفاعلة على المستوى المحلي، ثم لقاءات مع المكلف بالتخطيط في البلديات المعنية، واللي هو عنصر ياسر مهم في المشروع، جد مهم في المشروع المخطط بالبلديه، ثم نمر لورشات تعزيز القدرات. وانا توا نحكي معكم اليوم وفما ورشه قاعده تتم في مدينه بنزرت فيما يخص بلديه مزن عبد الرحمن، ثم المنصه ودليل العمل المناخي. النشاط الاول هو اختيار البلديات، معناها كيفاش معناها الطريقه اللي تم اختيار بها البلديات واللي هي اهم نقطه في المشروع. تم اختيار البلديات وفق مجموعه من المعايير. المعايير درجه الهشاشه من جراء التعرض لتغير المناخ والمخاطر تغير المناخ، نسبه التعرض للكوارث والمخاطر والكوارث الطبيعيه، ثم نتائج تقييم الاداء البلدي من شفافيه، من حسن التصرف في المشاريع فيما يخص البلديات كما نراو هنا، مع الاخذ بعين الاعتبار الهشاشه حسب القطاعات المذكوره في وثيقه المساهمات المحدده وطنيا. هذا انجر عليه تحديد 4 بلديات في 4 جهات مختلفه. حاولنا نكون البلديات في جهات مختلفه من تونس، اللي في المرحله الاولى كانت بلديه ماطر من بنزرت، بلديه بوسالم من جندوبه، بلديه المحرس من صفاقس، وبلديه جرب اجيم من ولايه مدن. النشاط الثاني من المرحله الاولى هو الاجتماعات مع اطراف محليا، اللي تم مع كل هذه نقطه ياسر مهمه، كل من المجلس البلدي اللي هو مجلس منتخب وعنده فتره معينه كمجلس منتخب، والاداره مع تشريك الاداره اللي هي الاداره القارة للبلدية. طرحنا عليهم فكرة المشروع وتم القبول فكرة المشروع من جميع أعضاء المجلس والإدارة البلدية، اللي تم بعض منه عن بعد بحكم الكورونا واللي جاء ساعات في الحظر. ثم مارينا للقاءات مع مكلف بالتخطيط. هذا نقطة ياسر مهمة في المشروع، جد مهمة، اللي المكلف بالتخطيط هو نقطة الاتصال للمشروع في وسط البلدية وكذلك في وسط المدينة. نقطة اللي هو البروفايل نتاعو يكون في العادة architect ولا يكون مسؤول على التخطيط وعنده فكرة على المشاريع اللي موجودين في البلدية. يتم تشريك ممثل البلدية والمكلف بالتخطيط لتعزيز قدراته باش هو يكون نقطة الاتصال واللي يتابع المشروع على طول السنتين يتابعوا معنا. والورشات تعزيز القدرات تكون خاصة جدا للمكلفين بالتخطيط لمساعدتنا، ونحن نحاول نساعدهم باش يتم تحديد المخطط المناخي بالبلدية. ثم من بعد التحضير وتحديد الاحتياجات مع مكلف التخطيط نمر الى ورشه تعزيز القدرات. مع هنا يتم تشريك مختلف الاطراف الفاعله على المستوى المحلي، وكذلك في الورشات تم تشريك للجرين كلايمت فاند، معناها الصندوق الاخضر للمناخ او هيئه المعتمده الوطنيا للجرين كلايمت فاند في تونس، باش لتوضيح المجال تحقيق المخططات او كيفيه تحقيق المخططات او توفير المخططات المحليه مع البلديات. المخطط المناخي المحلي هو باختصار وثيقة تتضمن السياسات وخطط وبرامج عمل الجماعات المحلية بصفة خاصة البلدية بهدف مجابهة تغير المناخ على المستوى المحلي. نلقاو فيه التخفيف كما التأقلم، ويتم التأكيد فيه على تشريك جميع الأطراف الفاعلة من عديد القطاعات المختلفة عن طريق تنظيم حلقات نقاش ورشات كما ذكرت لتحديد الخطط والبرامج، وهذا يتم الاعتماد على المقاربة التشاركية. النص جدا على تنفيذ الأجندات العالمية من ال NDC Paris Agreement، الأجندة 2030 لتعريف الفاعلين المحليين بالالتزامات الوطنية كذلك الالتزامات العالمية. هذه مراحل إعداد المخطط. نبدأ بدراسة الفجوات ثم تحديد الأولويات ثم تحديد الاحتياجات. يتم مع المسؤول على التخطيط الفوكل بوينت نتاع البلدية، كذلك مع المجتمع المدني بالتشاور معهم، ثم نمر لتحديد الأطراف الفاعلة للتشاور معهم، ثم بناء وتعزيز القدرات مع الأطراف الفاعلة، ثم التنسيق بين الأطراف الفاعلة المحلية. وهذه النقطة يساعدنا فيها الكثير هو المسؤول عن التخطيط بالبلدية. كمخرجات المرحلة الأولى من المشروع هو دليل العمل المناخي من أجل مدن تونسية صامدة، اللي هو دليل يهدف لتنفيذ الأجندات المناخية العالمية على المستوى المحلي، مع التأكيد على مسؤولية السلطات المحلية في تسريع إجراءات التخفيف والتأقلم مع التغيرات أثار التغيرات المناخية. فيه دليل هذا قسمين، القسم الأول مهم اللي هو المبادئ الأساسية لتنفيذ الأجندات المناخية العالمية على المستوى المحلي، والقسم الثاني نقاط فيه كيفية تطبيق العمل المناخي وإدراجه في العمل البلدي. نجد كما ذكرت الدليل المخططات لكل مدينة اللي تم تحديدها، كما مدينة محرز مثال أكثر قطاعات هشة اللي تم الاتفاق عليه هو قطاع التطهير وقطاع الصيد البحري والشريط الساحلي. بالنسبة للمخطط المناخي لمدينة جرب أجيم تم تحديد الشريط الساحلي والفيضانات كأكثر قطاعات هشة، وبالنسبة لمدينة بوسالم الفيضانات والتطهير. نلاحظوا التكرار متاع هشاشة بعض القطاعات بحكم اللي من أكثر المشاكل المتعرضة لها المدن اللي تم العمل معها، ونحاولوا نحدوا في المخطط القطاعات العمل والبرنامج كحلول للمشاكل اللي تم العمل عليها. هو دليل يتم التوجيه للأطراف الفاعلة المحلية اللي عملنا معها في المشروع من 8 البلديات، كذلك موجه للمدن التونسية اللي تشابه المدن اللي تم العمل عليها وما كانتش معناها مشمولة في المشروع. هذاك علاش نلقاو كيفية إعداد مخطط مناخي محلي لمساعدتهم لتنفيذ الأجندات المناخية، وهو كذلك تم توجيه نقطة الاتصال الوطنية لاتفاقية الإطارية الأمم المتحدة حول التغير المناخية وأعضاء الوحدة تتصرف حسب الأهداف اللي موجودة في تونس. يعني كل المسؤولين بصفة عامة العاملين على التغيرات المناخية، إما على المستوى الوطني أو على المستوى المحلي. نمر بسرعة على المرحلة الثانية، هي بتكون شبه برشا المرحلة الأولى من المشروع اللي تم ضم 4 بلديات أخرين. نفس طريقة اختيار البلديات كما قلت بلدية مزرعة عبد الرحمن في المرحلة الثانية 2021 من فرد، بلدية حومة السوق جربة من ولاية لبنان، بلدية صفاقس، وبلدية عين دراهم من جندوبة. كما كما المرحلة الأولى تم اللقاء مع ممثلي البلدية الموافقة على العمل بالمشروع، كما تم اللقاء بالتوازي مع المجتمع المدني للتعريف على المشروع لنظرة إمكانية العمل مع البلدية وتعيين نقطة الاتصال اللي هو المخطط بكل بلدية. كذلك تم تحديد لقاء مع الأطراف الفاعلين من المكلف بالتخطيط البلدية والمجتمع المدني عن بعد لتحديد القطاعات ذات الأولوية، القطاعات اللي تمثل أكثر هشاشة في المنطقة، واللي تم تحديدها مثلا في مدينة صفاقس اللي هي قطاع الصيد البحري والشريط الساحلي والتلوث الهوائي عن جراء النقل والأنشطة الصناعية. نفس اللقاء تم في حومة السوق. القطاعات اللي تم تحديدها في حومة السوق من جربة هو قطاع السياحة وقطاع النفايات. وفي لقاء مع بلدية عين دراهم القطاعات اللي تم تحديدها هو قطاع التطهير والموارد المائية من قطاعات أكثر قطاعات هشة. بالنسبة لمازل عبد الرحمن اللي اليوم قاعدة توا تتم الورشة نتاعو، القطاعات اللي تم تحديدها هو من الأكثر هشاشة من جراء التغيرات المناخية هو تصريف مياه الأمطار من جراء مع تفادي الفيضانات والنفايات كذلك. في جزء من المشروع الثاني نأكدوا برشا على المتابعة المستمرة والميدانية مع المكلفين بالتخطيط الإنجاز. هو الهدف ليس فقط بتحديد مخطط مناخي محلي، هو كان هذا هو الدليل متاع مخطط مناخي محلي، لكن كذلك نأكدوا على المشاريع اللي قاعدة تشتغل عليهم البلدية، معناها في البلدية يتم الأخذ بعين الاعتبار الاستدامة. ولاحظنا في الزيارات الميدانية تاعنا اللي أعضاء البلدية وبالأخص المخططين اللي ولاو التفكير نتاعهم أكثر ياخذ بعين الاعتبار الاستدامة في مشاريع أخرى لا يشملهم المشروع. هني اخر سلايد اللي الاكتيفيتيز معناها النشاطات القادمه اللي هو ما زلنا في ورشات عمل مع مكلفين بالتخطيط باش يتم تعزيز قدراتهم ونحطوهم مع ونشاركوا معاهم كل من نقطه الاتصال الصندوق الاخضر للمناخ وصندوق التأقلم اللي هو باش يكون مشارك معنا في الجزء الثاني من المشروع. والمشروع هذايا للأسف ينتهي أواخر سنة 2021 لكن ما زلنا نأمل اللي باش يتواصل مع فاعلين آخرين مع بلديات آخرين. نشكركم على الاهتمام ونعتذر كي طولت ونجم نجاوب على كان فما أسئلة.
شكرا جزيلا وفاء، شكرا على التقديم الرائع والشامل وجدا ممتع. رؤية عدة بلديات عم بتشترك معنا في أنشطة بتونس وبشكر اهتمامكم. سيد مولود، احنا بس دقائق ممكن حضرتك رح تعطي المداخلة، بس كنت بدي يعني شارك بنقطة معينة حكتها وفاء أنا بحب ممكن أرجع لها لاحقا، اللي هو دور الإعلام ووسائل الإعلام في الشغل اللي بنشتغله على المستوى البلديات. وهي أعتقد أنه نقطة أساسية، خصوصا أنه بنحاول نخلي الشباب والمجتمع المدني منضم معنا أكثر. وأعتقد في صار وسائل إعلام وطرق للميديا بلاتفورمز ممكن نستخدمها بطريقة فعالة لتوصيل النقاط الأساسية اللي نأمل إنها بتم تطبيقها. اسمحوا لي، أنا كنت حابة يعني يكون حسين، لأن احنا عم نحكي عن خطط، لكن حسين معلش بدك تعذرني. سيد مولود إذا
ما في مشكلة. نعم سيدتي.
تفضل. معنا؟
أو نعم.
سيد مولود منضم لنا من المغرب، و he's the Moroccan Alliance for Climate and Sustainable Development. He's the regional coordinator. تفضل سيد مولود وشكرا جزيلا لمشاركتك معنا.
مرحبا سيدتي وتحية لكل
سيد مولود انت اون ميوت المايك. شكرا. بيرفكت.
ان اسلم.
سيد مولود اعتقد في مشكله بالمايك، عم بيسكر، في عم بيصير ميوت للمايك.
الان جيد؟ هل تسمعيني الان؟
نعم تفضل. نعم ممتاز.
قلت بان هذه الاشكاليه اولا اللي الموفقه في الاختيار ديالها هي اشكاليه تشغل بال الراي العام، سواء كان في المجتمع المدني او على مستوى المؤسسات الحكوميه عموما، على اعتبار اننا دخلنا في سياقات مناخيه كونيه لم تستثني أي دولة أو أي مجال ترابي كيفما كان أو كيفما كان تموقعه في جغرافية العالم، باعتبار أن الآن التغيرات المناخية في كل أشكالها تلامس جميع المجالات الترابية، وبالتالي في إطار رؤية المعروفة والمقاربة المعروفة المتداولة عادة بالفرنسية نقول بونسي جلوبالمون اجير لوكالمون، يعني التفكير الكوني والتدخل المحلي، فإن الاختيارات الاستراتيجية المحلية للتخطيط الترابي لمعالجة القضايا المرتبطة بالتغيرات المناخية هي اختيارات الآن لا مفر عنها، لأن أي تدخل لا يمكن أن يكون إلا على مستوى ترابي معين، وكما يقال لا يمكن أن نربح حربا بدون أرض، لا يمكن أن نربح تحديات في مواجهة التغيرات المناخية وفي مواجهة عواقبها المتفشية الآن بشكل كبير ومتواتر على مستوى مجموعه من المناطق والتي لم تعد في حاجه الى بحوث ومجهودات مخبريه لكي تلاحظ بقدر ما اصبحت تلاحظ الان بالعين المجرده. هي ايضا اختيارات مهمه على مستوى المجهودات المبذوله من طرف المغرب بشكل عام. نحن من بين الدول الافريقيه السباقه الى الانخراط في هذا المجال، والدليل على ذلك هو احتضاننا لاحدى المؤتمرات الدوليه للكوب 22 اللي كانت 22 مؤتمر الاطراف للتغيرات المناخيه، مؤتمر 22 في مراكش، وايضا الديناميكيه الكبيره جدا اللي عرفها الحضور المغربي في مؤتمر باريس في هذا الاتجاه ايضا، والالتزامات المغربيه التي كانت التي فاقت حتى حدود توقعات في بعض الاحيان بعض المتتبعين للاهتمام بمجال التغيرات المناخيه كاجراءات في اطار المبادرات التي اتخذها المغرب. بالنسبه الينا حتى اكون دقيقا شيئا ما في مجال تدخلي، في جهه سوس ماسا، وهي جهه توجد الان في قلب المغرب في المنطقه الوسطى المغربيه في جزئها الغربي. هي منطقه اولا كتميز بالتغيرات المناخيه بشكل كبير جدا، باعتبار انها تتاثر بشكل مباشر بالمؤثرات الصحراويه. تتميز ايضا بوجود نوع نباتي مستدام مستوطن لا يوجد الا في هذه المنطقه في العالم، واللي تعترف به منظمه اليونسكو كمحميه، مجال الاركان، محميه اركان للمحيط الحيوي، واللي هذه السنه تم الاعتراف بيوم 10 ماي كيوم عالمي لشجره الاركان، وهي نموذج نباتي يعكس القدره ديال الغطاء النباتي في مجال التكيف مع التغيرات المناخيه، باعتبار خصوصياته ووجوده في منطقه متاخمه للمجالات الصحراويه ويحافظ على التوازن البيئي في المنطقه. هذا المجال هو معروف بالتقسيم الاداري الترابي الوطني بجهه سوس ماسا من بين 12 جهه موجوده بالمغرب، من الاقاليم الصحراويه المغربيه الى شمال المغرب. وجهه سوس ماسا تميزت عن مجموع الجهات الوطنيه بانها جهه انخرطت في مخططات اولا التخطيط الاستراتيجي التنموي بشكل عام منذ البدايات الاولى لتاسيس الجهويه في المغرب، وتميزت باعتبارها كونها السباقه لاعداد المخطط الجهوي للاحتباس الحراري والتغيرات المناخيه، واللي مخطط يمكن نوقعه في اطار سياق جهوي وطني مهم جدا. السياق الوطني هو التحولات الكبيره والتقدم الكبير الذي احرزه المغرب فيما يتعلق بالترسانه القانونيه المرتبطه بالمجال البيئي عموما وبالتغيرات المناخيه والالتزامات في اطار المبادرات الدوليه ديال المغرب. السياق الوطني ايضا كيتعلق بالمهام اللي تعطات المجالس الجهويه في اطار اعداد مخططات ذات طابع استراتيجي المجال الاقتصادي والاجتماعي والبيئي. ولكن على المستوى الجهوي هناك خصوصيه في هذه المنطقه تتميز بالديناميكيه الجهويه المدنيه للمجتمع المدني فيما يتعلق بالمجال البيئي والتغيرات المناخيه، بوجود شبكه جمعويه ضخمه جدا هي شبكه جمعيات محميه اركان للمحيط الحيوي التي تاسست منذ سنه 2000 واشتغلت على مجال التغيرات المناخيه والمؤثرات الصحراويه والاشكاليات الكبرى البيئيه منذ اشتغالها في البدايه على الاتفاقيه الدوليه لمحاربه التصحر والاثار ديالو، اللي على اساسها تم وضع مخططات ترابيه باطار شراكه مع منظمات وطنيه ودوليه لمعالجه تاثيرات هذه التغيرات المناخيه وهذا الزحف المتواتر للمجال الصحراوي والترمل وتراجع الفرشه المائيه في منطقه ذات طابع اقتصادي استراتيجي مهم جدا، واللي اعطت واحد العدد كبير ديال المخططات سميت انذاك بمخططات تنميه الدواوير لي بلون ديفلوبمون دوا، اللي كان الهدف منها هو القيام بمبادرات محليه جماعاتيه كومينوتير، جماعاتيه تقوم بها المجموعات البشريه المحليه من اجل اولا الاشتغال على تعزيز التكيف المناخي، التكيف المجالي مع التغيرات المناخيه، وثانيا الاشتغال على الحد من اثار الجفاف واثار التغيرات المناخيه. هذه مبادرات كانت جنينيه منذ سنه 2003 2004 واللي اعطت واحد العدد مهم جدا من المخططات، وكانت مبادرات اولى وسباقه. ولكن في اطار المؤسساتي عرف المغرب واحد منذ احداث الماده 36 من مخططات التنميه ضمن الميثاق الجماعي اللي دعت الجماعات الترابيه لاعداد مخططات للتنميه الجماعيه لي بي سي دي لي بلون ديفلوبمون كومينو، واللي دمجات هذا البعد المناخي والبعد ديال التنميه المستدامه في اطار هذه المخططات والاجراءات التي تقوم بها. ولكن تعزز هذا باعطاء امكانيه لمجالس الجهه بايجاد او باعداد مخططات لمكافحه الاحتباس الحراري والتنميه المستدامه، وايضا مواجهه التغيرات المناخيه. وجهات ماسه اعدت مخططها بمقاربه تشاركيه ونسقيه مهمه جدا، باعتبار ان هذا المخطط عرف ادماج جميع القطاعات الحكوميه المعنيه سواء بالانشطه والعمليات المساهمه في التلوث او القطاعات الحكوميه المعنيه بمكافحه نتائج ديال هذا التلوث، على اساس تنسيق الجهود واتخاذ تدابير لازمه للحد من اثار تسريع وتيره اثار التغيرات المناخيه في منابعها المرتبطه بالتدخلات البشريه. وهنا كنلاحظوا واحد الحضور قوي جدا وزاره الفلاحه والقطاعات ديالها الجهويه في اعداد هذا المخطط، ايضا القطاعات المرتبطه بالبيئه، وزاره البيئه بالتجهيز بالماء الى اخره. كل هذه القطاعات في اطار ديناميكيه تقاطعيه التقائيه تم الاشتغال على اعداد هذا المخطط، بالاضافه الى انه الحضور ديال المجتمع المدني كان حضور قوي باعتبار المولود التاريخي الموجود في هذه المنطقه في اطار العمل الجماعي، ولكن ايضا باعتبار انخراط المجتمع المدني المحلي في ديناميكيه وطنيه اللي كتشكلها الائتلاف المغربي للمناخ والتنميه المستدامه لا MCDD، باعتباره واحد من بين الديناميكيات الجمعويه الوطنيه اللي كتشتغل في اطار تشبيك عالمي مع المنظمات الدوليه، وايضا في اطار التاطير ديال هذا الائتلاف المناخي المغربي، التاطير ديالو للمجتمع المدني المحلي سواء على مستوى تتبع الميزانيات المخصصه لمكافحه التغيرات المناخيه عبر الميزانيه العامه للدوله، او عبر الميزانيات القطاعيه او الميزانيات ديال الجماعات الترابيه. في نفس السياق تعزز هذا العمل بالاستفاده ديال الجهه عبر الوكاله الوطنيه لتنميه الواحات والاركان من صندوق الاخضر الدولي للتغيرات المناخيه عبر مشروع مهم جدا يتعلق بتخليف اصطناعي ديال الاركان او ما يسمى الان بالاركان الفلاحي وفق القاموس المحلي، واللي كيعطي واحد دفعه قويه لاعاده تخليف الاركان على مستوى الاراضي الخاصه بدل الاراضي الغابويه، واحداث واحد الديناميكيه ديال التنسيق منسجمه التي تساعد في الحفاظ على هذا الغطاء النباتي المستدام الذي يعود الى الزمن الجيولوجي الثالث التواجد ديالو في هذه المنطقه، واللي عنده ادوار اقتصاديه واجتماعيه وثقافيه وايضا ادوار بيئيه مهمه جدا. ولا يمكن الحد من اثار التغيرات المناخيه بهذه المنطقه بالضبط الا عبر المحافظه على هذا الموروث الطبيعي. اذا على مستوى التخطيط تم الاشتغال بشكل عصري وبتقنيات عاليه اعتمدت على المؤشرات محينه وعلى مؤشرات ايضا اللي هي موضوعيه وقابله للتحقق. على مستوى التنفيذ كانت مبادرات مهمه جدا في هذا الاتجاه، اولا على مستوى اعاده النظر في مجموعه من المشاريع التي تؤثر بشكل كبير على تراجع الغطاء النباتي في خصوصا المجال ديال اركان. على مستوى الجماعات الترابيه كان اشتغال على احداث مراصد لقياس درجه تلوث الهواء وسط المدن خصوصا المراكز الحضريه الكبرى، خصوصا العاصمه الجهه مدينه اكادير. تم الاشتغال على السواحل خصوصا الخط الساحلي المعرض اكثر للتدخلات البشريه والموجوده على مستوى اكادير الكبير من جنوبه الى شماله. الان كاين اشتغال في اطار هذا التوجه حول المخطط ديال لا موبيليتي كومينال او يعني النقل الحضري باعداد الان الطرق، وهذا مشروع اللي هو قيد التنفيذ ديال ادخال حافلات الصديقه للبيئه والعاليه الجوده ووضع ممرات خاصه بها داخل الشوارع الكبرى التي تجمع اكادير الكبير. وعندما اتحدث عن اكادير الكبير اتحدث عن تجمع بشري يفوق 1,000,000 نسمه وبكثافه سكانيه عاليه ومهمه جدا، وفي منطقه اللي هي منطقه محميه اللي كنهضروا عليها ديال محميه اركان للمحيط الحيوي. إذن وتعززت الجهة مؤخرا في هذا الاتجاه في ظل الحد من الضغط على الموارد المائية المتأثرة بشكل كبير بالتغيرات المناخية بهذه المنطقة التي تدخل في إطار المناخ المتوسطي الجاف وشبه الجاف، بإحداث محطة كبرى لتحلية مياه البحر موجهة للأغراض الزراعية. وهذا هو الوجه الشاهد في هذا المثال، باعتبار أنه عادة المحطات ديال تحلية مياه البحر تكون موجهة لتغطية النقص في الماء الصالح للشرب. الآن في إطار تراجع، لأنه الجفاف هو شبه سيستميك، يعني شبه نسقي هيكلي في هذه المنطقة، ويزداد مع توالي الظروف ديال التغيرات المناخية والتأثير ديالها على هذه المنطقة، وبالتالي الاشتغال على توفير الموارد المائية الكافية لضمان استمرارية الديناميكية الاقتصادية اللي هي المرتكز ديالها الفلاحة في هذه المنطقة، بالإضافة إلى توفير مياه الشرب عبر هذه المحطة، كان من بين الاجراءات اللي هي قويه جدا والدلاله على القوه ديالها والاهميه ديالها كمشروع مهيكل، هو الاشراف ديال صاحب الجلاله على محمد السادس على التدشين ديالها، على اساس انها تحظى باشراف ملكي كبير جدا، وما عجل بتنفيذها، والان هي جاهزه للاطلاق. اذا المغرب الان عبر هذه الديناميكيات الكبيره اللي كنلاحظوا خصوصا على مستوى ديناميكيه المجتمع المدني والتتبع ديالو بشكل قوي ومباشر للسياسات العموميه والترافع من اجل ادماج تمويلات خاصه بمكافحه التغيرات المناخيه في اطار التزام المغرب بوفاء المغرب بالتزاماته الدوليه، تعتبر مهمه جدا، بالاضافه الى التجربه الكبرى اللي هي رائده افريقيا وفيما يتعلق بانتاج الطاقه البديله، خصوصا في محطه نور الان اللي وصلت نور 4 مرتبطه بانتاج الطاقه الكهربائيه في منطقه ورزازات، واعداد واحد المجموعه من الحقول ديال انتاج الطاقه الريحيه في مدينه طرفايه في شمال المغرب في الصويره وفي مناطق اخرى من المغرب، بالاضافه الى المشروع الان الذي يوجد في جهه سوسماسا والمرتبط باعاده انتاج الطاقه الكهربائيه عبر مياه عبد المؤمن اللي يوجد على وادي السن في عاليه في وسط الاطلس الكبير، احد المصادر او الموارد المائيه الاساسيه بالنسبه لسهل سوس. اذا بشكل عام حاولت ان اعطي تصور او صوره شبه شموليه حول الاجراءات المتخذه والمرتبطه بالتخطيط الترابي بالاساس، واللي الان عدد كبير من الجهات المغرب يتوفر على مخططات جهويه لمكافحه التغيرات المناخيه والاحتباس الحراري. ونحن في المغرب دخلنا في بعد ربح رهانات مرتبطه بالانتخابات الجماعيه والجهويه والبرلمانيه التي اقيمت هذه السنه في يوم واحد، وكان تحدي اكبر تم نجاحه. نحن ننتظر بشكل كبير ان تتم المجالس الجهويه المنتخبه ان تلتزم بهذه المخططات في اطار استمراريه المرفق العمومي والمراهنه على تحسين المؤشرات والتنزيل الفعلي والواقعي لهذه المشاريع ان شاء الله.
ان شاء الله ان شاء الله. شكرا جزيلا سيد مولود، وانا بحب اشكرك على تذكيرنا بنقطه اساسيه جدا فيما يتعلق بموضوع التكيف واهميه المحميات في دورنا بالمحافظة على النظام الطبيعي والإيكو سيستم في داخل دولنا. وذكرت نقطة أساسية كمان هي أهمية التشبيك والعلاقات ووصل الجهات المختلفة وربط الجسور ما بين مختلف الجهات، سواء كانت الحكومية أو القطاع الخاص، مجتمع المدني أو أفراد وأشخاص، سواء كان برضو اللي هو الذكور والإناث، ومشاركة الجميع في هاي الأجندة لأنها هي بتأثر علينا جميعنا. وانه برضو ذكرت نقطه جدا اساسيه انه صرنا نشوف الدلائل على موضوع التغير المناخي، ورحمه الله على اللي فقدناهم من دولنا المجاوره، سواء كان في الجزائر او في لبنان او في تركيا. فشكرا جزيلا سيد مولود. اسمحوا لي انتقل الان الى زميلي وصديقي حسين كسواني. So Hussein, he's a climate change specialist and an expert, and he has more than 10 years of experience in the climate change policy, ranging from doing project implementation initiation related to energy and sustainability management. He works all over the region of West Asia, Middle East, and North Africa. He has a a bachelor's degree in water and environment, followed by environmental sciences and management. He works currently with the German GIZ. And my dear colleague, take it on, please.
Thank you very much, Dina, and good afternoon, good evening for all of you. I don't know, I would speak in English because the presentation is in English, but if you prefer me to speak in Arabic, I would do that. But for now, I would share my screen, please. Okay, can you see my screen, please? Do you see my screen, Dina?
Yes.
Perfect. So first of all, I would like to talk to you about the local climate action development guidebook that we produced in our project. Before that, I would like briefly talk to you about the project itself, how it developed and what are the background about it. So let's jump into it. So it's an ICI project, like the International Climate Initiative. So the project is commissioned by the BMU, the German Ministry of Environment, Conservation of Nature and Nuclear Safety. The objective of this project is to support Jordan in its capacities and implementation programs of the NDCs, which is the National Determined Contributions, which have like 14% target in Jordan, the old one. Now we are going into updating this. It's part of our project as well. So I would not put any numbers here because there's heated discussions today in between the ministries about the targets, but minimum it would be double the effort that Jordan has committed to in the past. So we are expecting around 26% or 28% at least reduction of business as usual in 2030. And the project is implemented basically in Jordan. The major idea of the project is, do you see the slides? The third slide?
Yes, Hassan.
Yes,
we
okay,
can see it.
great. Yes. Because I didn't use the presentation mode, now I use it. That's why I'm asking. So this is the umbrella of the project. It has three components. The first one is on technical and institutional capacity in Jordan, and basically the Ministry of Environment as the focal point for the UNFCCC agreement, convention, and the Paris Agreement, of course. The second point is the improvement of monitoring and reporting in the country in general, and this is the two components working on the national level. The third component is the NDC implementation on local level, which is the component I'm responsible about and I will talk to you about today. So these are the different levels of this project, and we are trying to synchronize and match both aspects, and in this we are trying, and in the design of our local climate action plans, we intended to do that. So at the beginning and in the start, we selected 3 municipalities. I would not go into the details, but you saw one of them today, which is Deir Alla, which is the pioneer in this, I believe, and the other 2 are Busaira in the south, and in the north we have Al Ayoun. Different biological and biospheres and different ecosystems in each municipality. We selected, we intended to do that, and we tried to be fair, and we used a special criteria as the Tunisian colleagues did, and I congratulate you for this amazing work, by the way. So we started with discussions with these municipalities and involved the planning unit and the development unit, basically, which Engineer Amal, our colleague, is the head of the development and unit in Deir Alla, for example. So we started talking to them and we benefited as well from the experience from Germany. So we had like kind of exchange of knowledge between the 3 municipalities in Germany with the 3 municipalities in Jordan, and this also like led into a field visit and study tour to Germany for the 3 municipalities to learn and see how climate planning is done in Germany, so they can use the benefit from the ideas they get. And here, yes,
sorry, you are still on slide 3.
So okay, so it's not working, the presentation mode.
Yeah,
okay,
so
I can
now,
use this.
So,
it's okay.
Yeah, okay, so now you're on slide 5. Now 4. So,
yeah, we're gonna lose the animation, but anyway, it's okay. So you really can see pictures at least. Yeah.
Yes.
No problem. Yeah, so we did a lot of consultation workshops involving local community, and the guidebook, as I'm gonna explain, it entails this in detail: how you involve all actors, how you involve stakeholders, and from the beginning, including considering youth, gender aspect, and looking into governmental and non-governmental academia as well. So it's all and over how to do this. So basically we had workshops at the beginning as focus groups, and to talk about climate vulnerabilities, starting the process of collection of data, which is a big hurdle in the municipalities in Jordan, as I'm gonna explain later as well. So this is basically what happened in a nutshell, and we did like a couple of late follow-up meetings to present the draft local climate action plans in the 3 municipalities with national stakeholders, not only members of the community in each municipality, but we involved also the national stakeholders. And we produced a lot of documents and guiding tools for all of the municipalities all over Jordan and maybe the region. We're gonna share them if you want as well. So we produced them in both languages. As you can see, we have local climate action plans. We have a report on how to mainstream gender from day 1 in the process, and we have the implementation modality, which we recommend how municipalities could implement the projects that we suggest in the local climate action plan. Actually, they suggest, not we. And the financial resources report, which highlights potential funding opportunities for such projects, including national and regional and international. So the guidebook objectives basically were 3 objectives. The first one is to improve resilience of municipalities in Jordan. So we are trying with this guidebook to give municipalities the leeway how to start planning on climate change, and in this way they're gonna be more resilient to the impacts. The second objective is to achieve prosperity in the municipalities, because we are trying, and this is our vision in the project and in the ministries in Jordan, that we want to shift the mentality of municipalities in Jordan, as the colleagues in Tunisia as well mentioned, that they have the new constitution that says that municipalities should be decentralized. We have some similar thing in Jordan, but it's not active still. So we are trying to implement this in the terminology of climate change, and in the planning, looking into climate change challenge or crisis as an opportunity to change and to start to have a leading role by the municipalities. So this is the way, and sustainable development goals achievement is one of the targets of that. So these are the major objectives. The third objective is to achieve youth engagement and gender engagement, of course, and this is part of the sustainable development goals as well. So I tried to put that in this slide. So the guidebook in a nutshell is basically 7-step or 6-step document that you need to follow. And basically the first one is to create a community group, which we call Resilience Ready Climate Change Group. and as you can see, the abbreviation. And as you can see, there's the W. It stands for workshop. So you have 3 major workshops, but several meetings, of course, in between. And the second step would be like assessing the trends and assessing the vulnerability of each municipality, and start collecting data about greenhouse gases emissions, of course. And we provide tools for that, as I can explain you later as well. In the beginning, we start looking into the European Energy Award and European Climate Award framework, and we adapted it to the case of Jordan because it was like a little bit not fitting the NDC's sectors. So we planned our activities based on the NDC's sectors like agriculture, energy, transport, and the entire sectors included in the NDCs of Jordan. So we are trying to synchronize that. After assessing the trends and putting the calculations of all the emissions that the municipalities are producing, so we set the goals and the actions after prioritizing them in the second workshop with the group of community that I forgot to mention, but I would also mention that later. It includes the governmental institution in the region, not only the municipality. It includes the academia, the people like members of the community that are active in academia are very encouraged to participate in that, youth, and of course considering gender balance and having gender focal point, of course, in that. So, and the fourth point, it would be like producing the local climate action plan and endorsing it by the local council. We have local councils in each municipality, so, and the governorate, so they need to get this endorsement. Later stage would be the implementation and then monitoring and adjusting strategies. But I will highlight some of the concepts there, but in general, this is the overview of the process. It's a parallel process between mitigation and adaptation. You work on parallel in this. It's not like it's separate like activities. As you can see, you have the mitigation emission inventory and mitigation actions based on that. Then you have the adaptation, vulnerability assessment, and adaptation actions suggested. When you have the local climate action plan, you have 2 major important elements that you should take care of and included in the local climate action plan. The first one is the communication strategy. The second one is the monitoring and evaluation. And we follow the common sense as the colleagues in Tunisia as well did. So we have some similarities in the work. So this is the community group that I mentioned, the RCCG. So it's the roles of each member, and basically it would be led by the municipality development unit. And if not, it would be the executive director in the municipality. So it depends on the municipality structure itself. And you can see that we have different actors and different roles for different people. So the guidebook itself would lead to this 2 major results. As you can see, you have targets for mitigation in each sector, which is different than the NDCs in Jordan, by the way. The NDCs in Jordan is an overall lump sum figure that is mentioned without mentioning the sector target. But in the municipality level that we try to work with, we produced such targets for each sector, rough target, but it's at least indicative. On the right side, you see the vulnerability assessment result, or like kind of assessment of vulnerability in for each impact and actions. So this is the latest, the final product. It would be like a list of actions and strategized and segregated according to the sectors of the NDCs. And you see on the right top part is the marker for gender. So we aligned each activity and action with a marker that says and explains how much this activity is taking into consideration gender or supporting gender prospect or actually indifferent. So we tried to, from the beginning, to increase the number of activities that considers gender in the process. So after having this list of action, we tried to analyze them a little bit and create concept notes for each action. So we have concept notes, 2-pager concept notes for each action that could be like submitted to donors and maybe local councils, so they can implement it in the future and have a basis for like discussions with them. As I mentioned, like when you produce the local climate action plan, you should endorse it through 3 means: the Ministry of Local Administration, which is the ministry that is responsible of municipalities in Jordan. The second one is the Ministry of Environment, and of course, the Ministry of Planning and International Cooperation, because it's the ministry that sets the development programs in the country. So it's important to also involve them in the process. Communication strategy, I would say it is like one of the important elements of producing a climate action plan, because you need people in your community and surrounding and even on the national level to understand and know what you are doing. So it depends on the preference of the municipality itself, either using like newspapers, social media, radio, and TV. So it depends on them. And the last point, it would be like the consideration of actions and how future turn out, because sometimes you plan for something that is relevant today, but in the future it will not be relevant and you should reconsider. So we suggest like 5-year monitoring program and revisiting of the local climate action plans in each 5 years, because you need to plan ahead and try to adjust your plans according to that. So those are the major points that I want to cover today, and I want not take more. My contacts for your use as well, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Hussein. I encourage everyone to, so this is a Jordanian experience based on international best practices, and the actual systems that are embedded and the equations are embedded in the Excel sheets within the actual guidebook. So like they took extra step in developing the system. So whomever wants to develop their plan, they just can actually add the data and the results are calculated automatically. And for that, we thank you as GIZ. And I want to thank you also for pointing out the gender, that there is an actual monitoring and keep reminder for the engagement of the gender perspective in all of our local climate action plans. And for that, I thank you, Hussein, so much. And if you allow me, like we're gonna leave some room for the questions at the end, if the time allows. And if you allow me, I welcome our colleague Augustine Maria, if you're still with us. Hi. Hello, Augustine.
Hi.
Hi. So if you allow me to just briefly introduce you, Augustine Maria is the program manager of the World Bank City Climate Finance Gap Fund. Since joining the World Bank back in 2008, he has worked in Latin America, Middle East, and North Africa, so he's well aware of our situation, as well in South Asia, on different issues that are related to urban development and disaster risk management. He graduated as an engineer from the École des Mines in Paris. I'm not sure I pronounced that correctly. And he holds a PhD in economics of the University of Paris. I do apologize if I mispronounced some of the names. And thank you so much for joining us. I know you're not feeling too well today, but you managed to join us. And for that, I thank you. The floor is yours, please.
Thank you. I hope you can see my screen. Great.
Yes.
So thank you very much for this invitation, and thank you to the other participants for the very interesting presentation. On my side, I will try to give you a quick overview of what the World Bank is doing to support cities in addressing climate change, and so I will present to you very quickly the City Climate Finance Gap Fund, which I'm managing, and some preliminary conclusions of a new report that we have supported and that is being released right now. So a few words on the Gap Fund. So the City Climate Finance Gap Fund, or the Gap Fund, helps cities in developing and emerging countries to realize their climate ambitions by turning low carbon and climate resilient ideas into strategies and finance-ready projects. This is a trust fund that has received support from the governments of Germany and Luxembourg. Right now, we are capitalized at 55 million euros, and we are still fundraising to reach, we hope, 100 million euro, and we hope that we can leverage more than 4 billion euros in investment for urban climate actions. So the Gap Fund is actually implemented in coordination between the World Bank and the European Investment Bank, and with strong partnerships with the city networks, so the City Climate Finance Leadership Alliance, C40, GCOM, and ICLEI. We were launched officially a year and 1 week ago, exactly. So we've been celebrating our first anniversary in our first year of operation together between the World Bank and EIB. So we have received more than 130 expressions of interest, and 30 cities are already receiving technical assistance from the Gap Fund. I invite all cities to visit our website at citygapfund.org to learn more about the eligibility criteria and how to apply. What we provide is technical assistance that is aimed at a specific gap that was identified, and this gap is at the early stage of project preparation. So the diagnostic that led to the creation of the Gap Fund is that there are a lot of ideas and there are ambitions, increasing number of cities that are really formulating ambitions, but cities have a difficulty turning those ideas into the project concepts that then can be further prepared and financed. So this is really the gap that the Gap Fund is focusing on is this early stage of project preparation. And this is where we try to focus our support. So we help cities prepare their climate action plans and strategies, turn those strategies into investment plan, develop criteria for screening and prioritization of infrastructure, develop urban planning and energy efficiency building guidelines, but also potentially develop pre-feasibility studies for projects. We also have track of activities on knowledge generation and knowledge sharing. So I'm going to present to you the conclusion of the first flagship report that we have supported, which is the 2021 State of Cities Climate Finance Report. We also have prepared some technical notes on greenhouse gas emissions inventory, urban models to estimate the impact of different actions that the cities can take in terms of emission reductions, the link between urban form and greenhouse gas emissions. You can access those technical notes from the Gap Fund website that I mentioned at citygapfund.org. So I'll quickly present to you the State of Cities Climate Finance 2021. The link is presented here. If someone can copy and paste the link in the chat, that would be great. Otherwise, I'll put it later. So this report was prepared, was led by the City Climate Finance Leadership Alliance, CCFLA, and the World Bank contributed part 2 of the report. So the part 1 looks at the landscape of urban climate finance, how much climate finance is being mobilized currently versus what is needed. I'm not going to go into the details, but as expected, the current volumes of climate finance, which are estimated at around $300 billion, are way smaller than what is needed, which is more in the trillions of dollars. So there is this question of how to increase the volume of climate finance, and the part 2 of the report looks at the enabling conditions that precisely can allow to increase this volume. So jumping quickly into what part 2 of the report says. So first, we say that cities can play a role in providing or influencing climate finance and investment in different ways. They can act as consumers of goods and services, so by changing the way cities purchase the goods and services so for example, think about meals, school meals, the way the procurement policy for school meals, the cities can have an impact on climate. They can have an impact on climate by changing the way they provide goods and services. So by really incorporating the climate angle in the way they plan and they operate their networks, for example, be it water supply, sanitation, waste collection. They can also play a role in terms of raising capital for investment in climate smart projects. I'm going to discuss in the next slide that there are a number of let's say preliminary steps before cities can implement the most innovative type of climate finance solutions that are out there. A very important role is the role that local governments, municipalities can play through their regulatory power. So land use planning, spatial planning is of course one of the very important ones, especially in countries that are urbanizing rapidly, where a lot of the cities that will be there by 2050 or 2100 are still to be built. So the influencing the way these cities are going to develop in the coming decades has a huge impact, but also regulations on commerce, regulations on building and construction also have a great impact. And finally, as conveners, cities, local governments can also help bridge this coordination challenge that is always there when you think about managing urban areas, where you need to manage different levels of coordinate between different levels of governance, between a wide range of stakeholders, and municipalities, local governments are very well placed to help with this. I'll move to the next slide. So I was saying that cities should be playing an important role in raising increased volumes of urban climate finance. But before they can do that, there are a number of elements that need to be put in place. Here we have this framework, which is the organizing framework for the report, which is a bit complex, which tries to explain what cities can do as I was saying earlier, providers and consumers of goods and services, but on the other side as well as regulators, conveners, champions, facilitators. And you have the different elements which are, national level, city level, and then climate specific elements. In short, what you need is to make sure that the national framework, policy framework, financial framework is geared towards supporting local climate action. So what you want, for example, is for NDCs to take into account and to put the role of local governance front and center, which has not been the case in most of the first generation NDCs. In terms of financial framework, central government can do a lot by adapting their intergovernmental fiscal transfer architecture to incentivize local climate action. Then when you move at the city level, the planning is the first level. So in terms of finance, on the financial side, cities can incorporate specific mechanisms to add a climate angle in their budget process, their capital investment process, but it's also important to connect this to the strategic planning process and the spatial planning process. What you want to avoid is to have somewhere the climate action plan and completely disconnected from this the spatial development plan and the annual investment budget. So this is not specific to climate change, but this articulation, this connection between the different plans, strategic, spatial, investment plan, and potential climate action plan, this is absolutely key. And then you move into adapting potentially local taxes to provide incentives, thinking of accessing climate or green finance. So some municipalities, not necessarily the small and medium towns, but are already accessing green bonds. And then finally, you can think of accessing carbon markets, but that's really the latest here. All this to say that it's always important to think about those important fundamentals of municipal planning, municipal finance that remain very important when you think of local climate action and how to finance it. And then I won't go in the details of the recommendations. This is more to invite you to look at the report. I think I already went through quite a few of these in the previous slides, but the report basically identifies what different types of actors can do to help cities raise the volumes of urban climate finance that are seen as necessary. And maybe I'll take a step back and finish the presentation by giving you some examples of what the City Climate Gap Fund is supporting in cities around the world. So this is on the World Bank side. So we have our colleagues on the European Investment Bank that are also supporting other cities. These are the first cities that we are supporting. You will see that in the MENA region, we are supporting the region, both the region and the city of Fez in Morocco, to develop a regional territorial climate action plan and then zoom in at the city level and prepare a climate action plan for the city of Fez. We have similar type of support to cities in Vietnam, for example, where we are also helping secondary cities in Vietnam prepare a climate action plan. Then moving down, I would say the ladder in cities like Ahmedabad in India or Addis Ababa in Ethiopia, we are helping cities which already have the framework of a climate action plan move to the next stage, which is really capital investment planning. So moving from this list of priorities and ideas to a multi-year financial planning for investment. We also have more thematic support, for example, in San Miguelito in Panama, where we are supporting specific studies to improve the potential climate impact of an investment on the new cable car system. In Kinshasa, in DRC, we are supporting the identification and prioritization of investments in nature-based solutions. In Dakar, Senegal, there is a support focused on developing urban design guidelines and building energy efficiency guidelines to help develop a new low carbon neighborhood outside Dakar. So I hope those examples gave you a flavor of the type of support that we can provide. Of course, most of these cities are large cities. I know that this conference is focused on small and medium towns. So maybe a last message focused on the small and medium towns is that, of course, for institutions like the World Bank or potential financiers, the scale is already important. So small and medium towns actually have, sometimes a head start because, for example, the stakeholder coordination is easier in small and medium towns. A lot of problems are less complex. I was working in Morocco until recently, and we often found that, it's much more complex to address issues in Casablanca than in smaller towns because, more stakeholders to put around the table. So actually, it's good to remember that small and medium towns are well positioned to take action because sometimes they have this head start. But the challenge is the challenge of scale. For institutions like the World Bank or EIB, I'm not going to surprise you, but we often need a minimum scale before we can consider a project because otherwise, let's say we have high transaction costs. And if we are going to work only in a small scale, the transaction costs are just too high. So for small and medium towns, it's important to find the way to reach this relevant scale. It can be working at the metropolitan level. So for example, if you're a small and medium town, which is part of a broader metropolitan area, it's interesting to consider, for example, thinking strategically about climate action at the metropolitan level. And we encourage a lot of cities that are approaching us saying, we would like to develop a climate smart project or develop a climate action plan to think about the metropolitan level when this is relevant. When you're not part of a metropolis, maybe thinking as part of a network of cities. So for example, to give you an example, in Argentina, a network of municipalities is developing models for bulk purchase. So they did the first bulk purchase of LED lights for street lighting, energy efficient street lighting. So it's an interesting model that small and medium towns can consider to reach this relevant scale. And I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Augustine. You can't imagine how happy I am for pointing out some of the things that we always try to let people think about. First, if you're a small city, that does not mean that you will not be getting finance. As you said, you can actually get the head start. And you mentioned something that is and I think all of our region here is facing a problem is that the interlinkages between the legal frameworks and the actual financial frameworks and how much they are putting in the same benefit of the what we call the decentralization. We always call for decentralization and the local action, but we never support it with proper legal or financial instruments and frameworks. And for that, I thank you for pointing these out. And if you allow me, I know we don't have much time left, but if you allow me, I'm just going to ask you a question, please. We mentioned that, and we never can deny the role of development agencies in supporting local climate actions or even the national support as done by the World Bank and the EIB, and also what happened with GIZ on the local level here in Jordan. But to what extent do you think local banks of our cities in the MENA should get engaged? What opportunities do they have, or what challenges they might face in getting engaged and just taking the risk into these investments? Do you think they have a chance, or we should always, for the time being, being dependent on international aids and development agencies?
No, absolutely. So I'm going to do an advertisement for our partners at CCFLA, who have recently released a document on the role of national development banks. So national public development banks can play a very important role in solving this issue of scale. And this is often their initial raison d'être, their initial reason for operating, which is to take the take the debt of municipalities and group this and then refinance it on the market. And some of them, I know the National Development Bank for Municipalities in Morocco, FEC, which is already doing this very well, and is already playing a role as an intermediary financier for some of local urban climate finance in Morocco, to take this example. But so I'll also try to find the reference to the report that was recently published by CCFLA on national development banks, but also the local commercial banks should be playing a role in increasing the volume of investment that can go in climate smart projects. For this, the first condition is for municipalities to develop their creditworthiness, to become attractive borrowers for commercial banks. This is not, I mean, the situation is very different between countries. You have countries where municipalities are actually have the margin to increase their borrowing, and you have other countries where municipalities have been over indebted. So I'm not going to say, generally speaking, that municipalities should borrow more. There are many situations where municipalities first need to really improve their local finances. Often it requires raising local taxes before you can borrow more. But this is one of the important levers to increase the financing of local climate action.
Thank you so much. And I know we don't have much time, and I think some of the questions were already answered in the chat box. And Hussein, thank you for sharing the document. So if I may, I'm just gonna Hussein, if you please, I'm just so we were saying about all these guidebooks, but and we said like we need to visit our plans like we set a timeline of 5 years, and which can be like we can change it according to the municipality. But then again, how much important is it for us to monitor, and are there any tools that we need to think of for the monitoring and actual measuring of our success or our failures in order for us to revisit ourselves? If you can just elaborate on this, please.
Thank you for the question, Dina. It's a very important question, of course. Like monitoring should be like revisiting the process itself, like calculating the emissions again. And based on that, you can understand your success and some setbacks if you had any setbacks. So you can see the success or progress that you made through this. This is majorly the monitoring scheme that we are looking at. Currently, we are trying to, this is maybe far-fetched and maybe optimistic as the posters we saw today. And I thank the presenters for that as well. I believe that in the future, we aim, like we dream that we have all municipalities having their local climate action plans, and this segregates into the NDCs. So maybe in the future, we have the system of the MRV linked to the actions of our municipalities. So I believe this is the aim, and this is why we are we are intending to have the NDC sectors included in the local climate action plans, even though some sectors are not relevant in some municipalities, but they are present, but in limited accounting and calculations. But this is basically the idea behind having this. And I hope that I answered your question.
You definitely more certainly did. Thank you. And I'm glad that you mentioned the MRV, because in a lot of our cases, unfortunately, the efforts and amazing, outstanding performance of the municipalities is not reflected properly in the NDCs or the reportings on behalf of the countries. And I think that happens all over the MENA region. For our wonderful representatives of the local climate action plans in municipalities, Amal, Wafa, and Maulud, I can ask you please, for each of you, I'm just going to give like 1 minute, 1 minute and a half to give me one challenge, one opportunity, and one main stakeholder that is a major contributor to the success of your climate action plans. So if I can start with Amal, please.
Okay. This is a difficult question, really. But in Dir Allah, we have a challenge in compost factory. We get some fund for that, but this fund is still not enough to complete all the operation system for these. As you know, the organic waste is a challenge for Dir Allah because it is an agricultural area, and there's a lot of materials that comes out from the farms and from the center of the selling the vegetables and fruits, the main center. We have main market for that. So we need to operate the compost factory. As an opportunity, this is also an opportunity for the farmers here at Dir Allah because they still use untreated manure, which cause a bad smell and a lot of flies, especially in October when the first rain comes. So we can change it from a bad situation to good situation to treat this material, organic material, and use it in a proper way at these farms. And we could engage these farmers in our production and make them stakeholders for this production cycle.
Thank you so much. But you forgot to mention a main stakeholder or someone you need for the success of your climate action.
The main stakeholders, of course, GIZ. We need GIZ to be with us at all because it's a good advisor. They have a good experience of main aspects of climate, and they have specialist people in waste management and solar energy and organic waste management, compost factory, whatever. Besides of it could be a Ministry of Agriculture, also a partner with us.
Thank you so much, Amal. Thank you. I give the floor to Wafa, please. Wafa, are you still with us? Apparently not. Okay. She's not with us anymore. Okay. Maulud, are you still with us? Yes. Mr. Maulud? Okay, apparently we're having some technical issues, but I love what Engineer Amal mentioned, that even challenges can become opportunities, and I really certainly hope that this is the case. We touched upon like practical experiences, and I think Wafa is with us again. Wafa, are you with us? Yes, Mr. Maulud, are we with us? Okay, if you can briefly just give us one challenge during the development of local climate actions, one opportunity, and one main stakeholder, like in 1 minute, please, because we already passed the time. Please. Mr. Maud, we can't hear you. There seems to be a problem with the mic. Mr. Maud?
الو
Yes. سيد مولود.
نعم
نعم
سيدتي.
تفضل. في أقل من دقيقة بعد إذنك إنه تذكر لنا في خلال تجربتك في الخطط المحلية للتغير المناخي فرصة، تحدي، وأحد الشركاء الأساسيين اللي لازم يكونوا مشاركين معنا لنجاح العملية إذا سمحت.
أولا التحدي الأكبر الآن اللي عندنا اللي هي
المايك ميوت بعد إذنك سيد ولد.
نعم سيدتي. تفضلتي بالقول أن أذكر تحدي كبير وأحد الشركاء الأساسيين.
نعم.
الآن التحدي الكبير الذي نعيشه في المنطقة هو مرتبط أولا بمجال أرغان، بتفعيل محمية أرغان للمحيط الحيوي باعتبارها واحد من المجالات الأساسية الآن أو المختبرات الأساسية للاشتغال على مكافحة التغيرات المناخية والاحتباس الحراري، وهذا مجال مهم جدا. من بين الشركاء الأساسيين إلى جانب المجتمع المدني والدولة والجماعات يعني الفاعلين المحليين، الآن هناك صندوق الأمم المتحدة للتنمية وصندوق الأمم المتحدة للفون فير كما كيقولوا التغيرات المناخية، الذي يجب أن يدعم هذه المبادرات المحلية من أجل تفعيل المخططات، على أساس أنه الآن نحن نعيش في دول غير منتجة لعوامل التأثير على التغيرات المناخية وليزيفيت سير، وهذا يعني نحن دول لسنا ملوثة بالدرجة الأساسية مقارنة مع الدول الأخرى، وبالتالي هذه الصناديق الأممية التي تدعم هذا الباب هي مطالبة اليوم بدعم هذه المبادرات أولا على مستوى المادي، هذا أساسي، ولكن أيضا على مستوى تبادل على الخبرات والآليات الحديثة لمكافحة هذا، مع مطلب أساسي جدا اللي هو على مستوى الوطن العربي بالدرجة الأولى تنسيق من أجل تفعيل شبكة محميات. لقد حاولنا في سوس ماسا في إطار تجربة رائدة احتضان مجموعة من الدول المحميات في دول العالم العربي وإفريقيا، وأظن بأنه آن الأوان لخلق تشبيك فعلي لهذه المحميات لكي نتبادل الخبرات والتجارب، ولكي نعطي لإحداث هذه المحميات بعدا دوليا يأخذ بعين الاعتبار أهميتها في إرساء مقاربات جديدة لمكافحة التغيرات المناخية وتفعيل وتحقيق أهداف الألفية للتنمية المستدامة.
شكرا جزيلا. شكرا. وفاء are you with us؟ وفاء هل أنت معنا؟
Yes, I'm back. I'm really sorry. As I said, I'm trying to follow.
It's okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes. So one challenge, one opportunity, and a main stakeholder.
Okay, so as I'm trying to follow up with you guys during the workshop here in Benzert. So for the challenge, opportunity, and the key player, I've already mentioned, and there will be the presentation though. The challenge for me during the project is the access to climate finance. Even though we try to implicate the Green Climate Fund Tunisia, but through the support of the team of readiness to Tunisia. But it's still really hard to have a special access or really easier access for the local authorities for climate finance. For the opportunity, the framework of the decentralization process in Tunis and the local authority framework, it really helped us to work with the municipalities here in Tunis. So we really appreciate the new decentralization process away from the center and for the decentralization of the climate policies also. And for the key player, we do appreciate our local planners, as the local planners and the municipalities, they are well implicated in all the project and regional strategies that really helped during the project implementation. So those are my main points. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much, everyone. I really enjoyed the session. And again, like challenges can become opportunities. Several of you mentioned finance, but Augustine was kind enough to show us that there are ways to get the finance, whether through like big projects or even small interventions, or better yet, better collaborations with metropolitan and small to intermediate cities. There were so many similarities between all of our speakers of the region, and the aspects that we are considering are somewhat similar. We need full engagement of youth, women, and vulnerable communities, along with government, private sector, and civil society. Everyone has a role. There is a huge potential for the media and for the journalists to be involved and get engaged. Just to get everyone on the same page, we will receive and get amazing results. I personally present all my thanks to Augustine, Amal, Wafa, Maulud, and Hussein, who unfortunately had to leave us. With this, we conclude our session, and we now have our closing remarks, if you allow us. And our colleague Hajar from Carboun will be sharing the closing remarks, if you please. And thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Dina. Thank you, everyone, for your participation and for this really rich 2 panels today. It was really enriching and gathering a lot of stakeholders and organizations that are really involved in the field and at policy levels. Despite the multiple challenges caused by COVID-19, it presents an opportunity for urban leaders to learn the right lessons from this crisis to build long-term societal, economic, and environmental resilience against recurring natural and man-made catastrophes. So cities are at the forefront of the impact of the health crisis. Those cities that have demonstrated resilience in dealing with the socioeconomic effects of the pandemic have invested in developing capabilities on predicting threats with data, reinforcing weak links in the city, concentrating the management of the crisis while identifying the key assets that's needed to continue operating at reduced capacity. So cities should adopt an integrated approach, working with all stakeholders to enhance their preparedness for future shocks. Thus, infrastructure planning and projects should incorporate social safety nets for vulnerable groups and foresee how they can be swiftly identified and located in an emergency. Infrastructure should also be green to ensure environmental resilience. Cities that started building smart city capabilities have been able to be there and to provide solutions to better understand and manage their cities virtually during the pandemic. According to the OECD, COVID-19 accelerated the shift to a new urban paradigm toward inclusiveness of green and smart cities. So this is a reminder that cities should partner and collaborate with national governments to ensure consistent sets of policies and coordinated actions. While most cities can count on the national government support during major emergencies, that's not always the case. Even in developed countries, cities must become more self-reliant and innovative, enlisting all stakeholders in crisis responding and enabling them to recover from the catastrophes or pandemics. Climate change adaptation policy and action is mediated through the dominant policy priorities shaping the wider city development interests and goals. The framing and policy formulation of the public sector adaptation response is of central importance for understanding how local climate action is interpreted and the way it impacts the inhabitants of city. how climate change adaptations is framed is specific in a specific policy context shapes how it is addressed afterwards. For instance, if urban planning decision-making integrates broader social development outcomes, it can facilitate the inclusion of justice issues into climate change adaptation policy and action. And from the perspective of the climate just city, a broader stakeholder collaboration is central for enhancing transformative capacity. The acceptance of policies that feature close ties, collaborations, mutual interests, social networks, and arrangements with private sector, taking into consideration the impact of political priorities and science in the decision-making process, have the potential to make or break achieving a climate just city. So really thank you again for this very interesting first day, and welcoming you tomorrow for the two most interesting panels with the full participations and our distinguished panelists. Thank you again, and you have the floor, Dina.
Thank you so much, Hajar. And indeed, like there's so much potential, and I think we're giving so many chances that we need to take advantage of. I present all my thanks and appreciation and gratitude to all of you who joined us today, and hoping and aiming for your participation also tomorrow with us effectively. Hoping to see you tomorrow. We start also again at 7 GMT time. And I honestly urge every one of you to use the platform. It's really nice, and you can do so much networking over there. Hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Have a good day.